Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling deserted. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. Hey, snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag? Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over there. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in.
Has it finished? Why are you asking me now? What type of question is that? Is the album finished or do we have a few more songs to go?
Seems like it's got 1 or 2 more.
Oh, we are not done yet. Okay. I've heard you, Sha. What is all this ruckus? Tell me.
Here's the truth I say. I know what they're just gonna say. Got the nerve to come in my lane. I won't give you none of my time. Keep that energy for my space. Don't you hate, don't you violate me. I got 100 more, so don't make me. By the time we done, you gon' rate me. And
Ultimate Breakthrough Challenge family, hello and welcome to day 5 of this beautiful experience. Let's give it up for everyone from around the world. And you know the drill. Warm that body up, my friends. We got a lot to do today. And celebrate yourself. Come on. That's it. VIPs, hello. We got a kiss cam in the bottom left. Welcome, welcome, our YouTube family, our Zoom family. Great job, Martin. Hello, everybody. Welcome, my friends. Listen, we have been on a journey together 5 full days. I saw someone in our VIP room just shout out, how great has this week been? Beryl Dorshett from room 3. It's been such a beautiful week, and I want to honor you and I want to congratulate you because this moment right now is pretty spectacular. It's the beginning of your 5th day of the Ultimate Breakthrough Challenge with Tony Robbins. You're incredible. Give it up for yourself, my friends. Come on. Give it up for yourself. Big round of applause. Yes, Alan Geddes. Good to see you, my man. Amanda. Hi, John. Oh, yes. So I want to jump right into it today. You guys have a huge day. It's integration day. This is the day you put all the pieces together. Celebrate that for sure. It's integrating. And we've been on a journey. You know, some of you started 5 days ago as alumni in our family already. If you're an alumni of any program of Tony's, if you're a board breaker, a fire walker, Unleash the Power Within, if you've done another event, shout out to our alumni that are here. We have so many of you that are just joining our family for the first time. We have some of you that have watched Tony for decades and you finally got a chance to experience him in action. For a lot of you, it was your very first time meeting Tony. Just let us know in the chat which category you fell in. And then some of you did the challenge and your significant others were kind of like creeping around the corner and weren't sure about it. And by the time you're at day 5 now, they're like sitting with you, you know, in the screen. I see you and I see your posts in Facebook. And I really want to acknowledge those of you that were kind of like, what's happening? And then jumped in because that's the courageous move, is to see something that you know can impact your life tremendously and then to push that internal yes button and go for it. And that left you here for an incredible breakthrough for 2022. So no matter what brought you here, you've been investing your most precious asset, which is your time, and getting tons of rewards for that. So keep doing it. Today's your last day. To miss a minute is to miss way too much, and you have too much at stake. Integration Day, you're going to be putting it together with Tony. He has a special guest joining us that's going to blow your mind. He's the best at what he does. He's going to be joining you soon. At the end of today, we have over $20,000 of prizes that we are giving away, including our grand prize to the lush, the beautiful, the delicious Fiji. You're going to be going to the Namali Resort, a trip for 2 plus airfare. So a lot happening today, and I want to congratulate each and every one of you. I also want to give a huge congratulations to every person that's joining us at Unleash the Power Within coming up March 17th through the 20th. I mean, if you're just so excited, I'm counting down the days personally. There's 47 days until the event. So I want to congratulate you for that. And we actually got a ton of questions that came in. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring the questions yesterday, but we compiled some of the most frequently asked, and we have kind of a top 3. So the team pulled them for me, and I'm going to go through the 3 most frequently asked questions about Tony's Unleash the Power Within event. And what's great is it's just good to jot this stuff down so you know. So if you're someone attending in 47 days, great for you to understand. And if you're someone that's just excited about unleashing, these were the most frequently asked questions. So the first one I kind of giggled at. Somebody was like, well, what's UPW and what's the difference between what we've done here and at UPW? If you're an alumni, you can share your perspective, but I'll tell you this. There's 2 letters that represent what you did the past 5 days, and that is inspiration and education, i.e., jot that in that chat box, inspiration and education. The major difference, like this, is absolutely nothing compared to what you do at UPW. And that difference is conditioning, it's immersion, and it's training. And what does that mean? It means moving information from your mind and integrating it into your body. So it's actually a part of who you are. And Tony does that over 4 days. So it's a science at this point. He's impacted 50 million people from 100 different nations. In the last 2 years, over 100,000 people. And he takes them through this 4-day process, which is super exciting. The first day of the event is called Breakthrough, Fear into Power. And what does that mean? In order to create a breakthrough in your life, and pop quiz, you learn this, you have to first get yourself into a peak what? Shout it out, put that in the chat box, that state, okay? It's an energetic state. But a lot of people borrow the state. You have to be able to captivate it inside of your body and turn it on so it's a part of you physically, mentally, and emotionally. You train it so it's like a muscle. And at the end of that first day, you're going to do a really fun exercise, especially if you have kiddos. If you have kids or family, a lot of people do this together. You slam through this thick board and you break through it with your bare hand like karate chopping it. And you have this moment of breakthrough. Then the second day is all about momentum, what Tony calls closing the gap. And think about your experience here at this event. You figure out where you are, where you want to go, and how do you close the gap? What you need is momentum. So the second day, you generate all this momentum by making 2 powerful decisions in your life. Tony will walk you through that process. You're going to leave the second day having so much momentum. You're going to be sprinting toward the future of your life. Third day, transformation day. Jot that down. You guys, people cancel their wedding days to be at the third day because you go through this transformational process that you can only do with Tony at an Unleash the Power Within event. He doesn't do it anywhere else. But what he does is uproot the beliefs that we hold on to, like limiting beliefs. We all have them. What are yours? Throw them in the chat box. Not good enough, don't have the resources, don't have the time. You know, we all have these beliefs. He takes you through this process that annihilates them literally from your nervous system so they never show up in your life again. That's the difference from knowing this and then infusing it into your nervous system so it's a part of who you are. And then the fourth day, so excited for you to have this experience, is about health, energy, and vitality. It's the most important ingredient, hands down. Give it up for you guys because you've been displaying that energy here the last 5 days. You really have. You've been amazing. You've been incredible. That's it. Yes. So Tony will bring you guys a ton of tools all day on the fourth day. You really learn about your health and how to maximize your vitality. You'll learn the 12 master principles of pure energy. And if you don't have health, you're not going to be able to execute anything that you've learned. So that's the combo of the 4 days. And I hope you can see the major difference between kind of what you've done for a couple hours a day between the full immersion you experience at UPW. If that makes sense and I'm clear, say yes. Okay, also, you guys can totally go read this yourself. Empower yourself to go to upwvirtual.com, and we have all of this on there. So you can just breeze through that website, and you'll be able to really understand UPW, okay? Second question, somebody asked, well, a lot of you asked, really, what's the best package option? We had 3. First time I shared it with you, probably kind of confusing, but the one you want to look at is Tony's favorite. It's the way that you can work with Tony for an entire year. So on the website, there's like 3 options. You've got gold, which is kind of the big kahuna. You got silver in the middle, and then you've got bronze. The gold package lets you work with Tony for an entire year. It includes something called Inner Circle. I know a lot of you are in Inner Circle. And it's the most intimate way to work with Tony's content. In Inner Circle, you actually get every single piece of digital content, every program Tony's ever created in his life in the palm of your hand on an app. People pay over almost $1,200 just to belong inside of that community. You guys are getting that, so you're pretty much getting your UPW ticket for free. You get Tony 3 times a year in your home. You go to live with Tony 3 times a year, and he gives you one of his greatest coaches. So that's the benefit of gold, which is why we want you to have it, because we want you to have a full year of transformation. The second option for you is silver. Again, you guys can go to the website and read all of this. I'm just giving you the highlights. But that gives you not all of the programs, but a couple of the programs in silver. That's $695. And then if you just need to get through the door, if you just want to get into UPW, you can go our bronze level. That's $395. That gets you guys there. That gives you the experience and the transformation. And you can't go wrong. It's $8 a day from now until the event. Okay? Those are all 3. If that sounds good, say yes. All right, my friends. And then the third question and the final question, and we'll kick off for the day today, is this really the best price, and can I join later? I shared with you guys the other day, I said first come, first serve, and some of you are probably like, why, or what does that mean? Here's the deal. Technology is an interesting thing. Tony's really great friends with the guy that created Zoom, and they had a conversation to even create what we call Zoomzilla, which is the experience that you guys have. Tony spent millions of dollars on the studio, but we have the limits of technology. So if we wanted to, we couldn't even have all of you here, but we have a resource on the website. You can see how much sold out it is, but it's not even about selling out. It's going to sell out. It does every year, so don't be that person like, I missed it, let me in. Just go for it and get yourself in, but it's really the bonuses. We have so many bonuses. I'd share them with you, but it's like so many that it would take probably 20 minutes. Go to the website and read all of it. It's only for you guys at the Challenge family. The bonuses will be gone. The special price will be gone. We just want to honor you and give you credit for investing 5 days. So I hope that answered some of your questions. If you're feeling good, if you're feeling unleashed, for God's sakes, say yes. And let's dive into today, my friends. Today is Integration Day. It's a really, really special day. And it's because there's a major difference between knowing something and integrating it. So you're going to spend some time with Tony really reviewing what's been so powerful over the last 4 days, and today being your 5th day. And we want to give you the full throttle experience, which means that we both have to show up with everything that we have. Are you willing to play full out for one more day? Yes? And I'm not saying like kind of. Are you willing to like really go for it? It's your life we're talking about. Yes or yes? So let's get our bodies warmed up. You guys know the drill. We've got Brian Bradley in the house for a couple quick exercises if you're physically able to stand up. And let's welcome to the virtual stage, Brian Bradley, my friends.
All right. Listen, I want to irritate you guys this morning. Can you all hear me? I want to irritate you. You guys remember this game? This is what nerve pain would be like if I was in it all day long. And then I'm trying to talk, and you have to listen to that in the background. And if this was you with chronic nerve pain, which I thought this game was perfect, there's your little nerve. It's irritating the shit out of me. Like, seriously, driving me crazy. Get rid of the nerve pain. I want to read you something because it's integration. I'm just happening to read from this book. Okay, look. Page 255. Now more than 3.5 decades later, I'm still doing the Egoscue exercises to keep my body in peak form and alignment. And ultimately, it makes everyone that he chooses to keep that Ferrari, that machine on the track, it makes their job easier when he's committed to himself. So this being Integration Day, what better day than to integrate things that are going to help you? I know one of Tony's companies is A-Line. I'll answer questions about this on my Instagram. This company has been amazing, and I'm supposed to be the anti-orthotic guy. But I want to show you something about integration. This is a 200-meter run. And look at the kid in the back. First time ever doing a sprint. Meaning at a race. 200 meters, first time ever, age 14, and he wins by 45 meters. Guys, I gave him such an unfair advantage, which is what we've been giving you guys for the last 4 days. Today's day 5. We're gonna go through some of the stuff to make sure you're clear on how to do them. And you guys will see, if you guys remember yesterday, this picture that I showed you, and then I'm going to get right into the movement. This picture that I showed you of this young man, make sure you go. If he's doing it in the wheelchair, there isn't an excuse on the freaking planet for you not to be able to integrate this stuff into your day. If Tony's doing it, if Sage is doing it, and the world is doing it, it's now your turn. So stand up. Let's get you to take your shoes off. And because I heard Relationship Day was amazing, let me take my shoes off. I went with hot pink today, just because what better color in a relationship than hot pink? Get your feet pointed straight ahead. Here we go, straight ahead, just like this. Fist width apart, 5 degrees, turned in, slightly pigeon-toed, just like this. Hands are down, they're kind of in a stiff, open fist, like this. Shoulders are down, shoulders are back, arms are up. And here we go. We're only doing forward, and I want 50. Let's go. 1, 2. Go right to the beat of the music. Oh, yeah. I can see it. Good job. Way to commit to yourselves, guys. Love you, KK. Here we go. Here we go. Good job. Keep those shoulder blades pinned together. Hello, good morning. Get right to 50 and then drop your arms. Here we go. We got about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Drop it down. Okay, in this position, feet straight again. I want you to interlace your fingers together, and this time, point them away and take it straight up over your head. Now, when you take this up over your head, try not to lean back to do it. Go straight up, drop your shoulders from your ears, and look up at your hands. But with your feet straight, that's when we're waking up what we call the circuit breaker, that big psoas muscle that everybody's afraid of because the internet scares the shit out of you about it, when all it is a switch. You turn that switch on, and instantly you're more balanced, you're more functional because it ties the upper and lower body together. Keep that held over your head for about 15 more seconds. Okay, drop your arms, shake it out, shake it out. Now, right now, get your feet into that sprint position because, guys, this is day 5. And then I got to take you to KK. And listen, I know secrets about KK. She will not be in a good mood like she normally is if you don't come back after what I do at a much higher level. Here we go. Let's get our feet straight. And here we go. Back foot is up. You're going to sprint. Ready, set, go. Turn it on. Let's go. Eat them up, Osceola. Let's go. Faster, faster, faster. That's awesome. Look at that arm movement. Good job. Good job. I don't see as much shiatsu either. This is great. You guys are listening to the form. Okay, switch legs. Here we go. Switch legs like this. Are you ready? Go, 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 go. You got 15 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, guys, listen real quick before I go back to KK. If you remember earlier this week, Tony took you to his priming stuff that's on his website. Trust me when I tell you, you need to go there. You need to go there and get that done. And then also on the Facebook page, agoscu.com/breakthrough. You have to go there, guys. We got to keep this going. This is integration. KK, let's go.
Thank you, Brian, so much. And you guys, you have been amazing. You've got to give it up for yourselves. Your energy, you're playing full out. I think this is the biggest global running man I've ever seen. You guys are incredible. Give yourself some love. That's it. Oh, yes. All right, listen up. This is what you came here for. Day 1, 2, 3, 4, all leads to today, which is day 5, which is integration. If there's a part of you that's secretly terrified to show up tomorrow and be like, the challenge is over, where's Tony? Today's the day that Tony's going to really let you know and understand how do you integrate this so it's not something that you tasted once and it was that challenge that happened one time, but it's a part of who you are. Don't miss 1 minute today. Play full out. We've got an incredible guest joining us. We have the grand prize later. This is your moment. Are you ready? Well, you know the drill. We can't get him up here unless we're in that peak state. Gwyneth Oler, room 5. Can you leave the room here, my friend? Warm up that body, ladies and gentlemen. Pull everything you got out of your physiology. Let's go. It's day 5. Please welcome back to the basement stage one last time, Tony Robbins.
How y'all doing? Great energy. 1, 2, 3, go! Make that sound that unleashes you! Oh, yes! You know the drill. High fives, virtual or in person, fist bumps. Sit down in a peak state. Take a sip of water so you're hydrated. And then in your chair, create more energy than when you were standing. Go. If you feel strong, make that fist and say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Awesome. Welcome to day 5, the final day of the ultimate challenge, ladies and gentlemen. Breakthrough time. Listen, I first want to just thank all of you because it's been so inspiring to read all of your posts and to see your videos and to see how people have just opened up. Cassandra, I saw your description of your 4-year-old being burned over 43% of the body and how you use that to help other people see what's possible. And I want to make sure you let us know. I'm going to send you a copy of my book because I don't know if it'll work. I don't know when it's been many years where it can happen. But traditionally, when somebody's burned everybody, what they use is cadaver skin to cover. And so it makes the body obviously bubble up and have an interesting look to it. But today, in several hospitals in the United States, they have a new technology, and they take your stem cells and they spray them with a sprayer on your own face. And if you'll see in the book the pictures of like this man who fell in the fire, and you see him literally 4 weeks later, and it looks like almost nothing's happened. So, Cassandra, I can't promise you because I don't know how long it's been, the background, and where they are. But I want you to know about this technology because it could very well help your 4-year-old. So give a hand for her, first of all. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And then, so many great stories. James Goodhue, I was moved by your story because the ownership this man had about all the things his wife's mad at him and they've not been close and they've not been intimate. And he really realized it was all his story, that he can break through, that he can make it happen. He was playing small, thinking she made him small. And he really stepped up. I saw many people like that, James, but I just want to give you a shout out. Give him a hand as well. Beautiful job out there. Give him a hand. Great to see you, buddy. Was that your lady? There you are. Give them both a hand. Oh, I love that. Kiss cam. And one more. We could do all day acknowledging people, but the sampling of people that I was touched by, and I'm sure many of you have lots of people you were touched by. But this Minister O'Brien, when you're a minister, it's pretty hard, right? You're supposed to be perfect, people think, and you're still human. And your vulnerability about, your own humanness, your own vulnerability that your marriage is not where you want it to be. You've not been present for your wife, and she says you put the phone away and you don't. And I think a lot of people could relate to that, but your commitment to own it and turn it around, just absolutely gorgeous. And it's what we all need to do, right? The only way it gets better is when we take 100% responsibility, not blame somebody else. Blame never improves anything. And not even blaming yourself's not good. It's just, I'm going to take responsibility to change it proactively with high energy. So I really want to give you a shout out. I know you're coming to UPW, so I know I'll get a chance to visit with you in more depth. Give it up for Minister O'Brien, ladies and gentlemen. Really respect you, brother.
Is now.
Oh, yes. And I just want to say to all of you, not only those that posted, but what I was even more touched by in some cases is the time you took to leave comments of support for people or acknowledgement or respect. And that's what the world's missing right now, isn't it? It's a sad situation that so many people spend their time trying to tear something down. But as you'll learn, many of you, when you go to Unleash the Power Within, you're going to discover that there's these 6 human needs that we all have. And There's one that's dominant in our culture right now, and it's an important need, but when you make it number one, it messes up your relationships, it messes up your joy. It's called significance. We all want to feel significant. We all want to feel important. We all want to feel special, and there's no one who doesn't. Some people get it by working really hard. Some people do it by having big problems that make them special, right? There's lots of ways to get there. Some people do it by behaving really bad and they get attention. Some people by really growing. Some people by their kindness. But unfortunately, in the social media culture, so much of it is tearing down somebody else because there's two ways to be significant. One is take big risks, right? Like if you want the tallest building in town, how do you do it? Well, one way is work your ass off, work around the clock. When other people take lunch, don't keep building your building, right? Keep building that life. Another way is tear down everybody else's building and you get the tallest building in town maybe, right? Blow them up. But the second way really doesn't make you any happier because when you try to make other people smaller, it may in the moment look like you're getting bigger, but long term, you know in your heart what's really true. So this community is so different, and I'm just honored that we're all part of it and honored that you've all played so full out. So please give a hand to everybody, first of all, for such an extraordinary time here. So looking at this day and saying, how do we make sure we send you off with some momentum? And the answer to that to me is integration. Like, it's one thing to understand something, another start to integrate it. And one of the simplest things I do that I really want to encourage you to do is whenever I go to a learning environment, I developed this habit when I was about 17. And I remember I went and learned neurolinguistic programming, NLP. How many have ever heard of NLP? A few of you out there, right? It's really great techniques. At the time, they were the greatest techniques in the world, and now there are obviously a lot more than just NLP. But at the time, I got exposed, and it was all therapists. I talked my way into this room, pushed my way, and said, you need some other kind of people in. And I was so persistent, they let me participate, and then later on, it became available for everybody. But the one thing I did different than anybody in that room is that, the classes, most people's classes are kind of short, quick. And that might feel good, but it's kind of like the language example I gave you. You learned language in high school and college and you don't speak it, but I drop you in the middle of total immersion in Italy 6 weeks, as we've said, you're going to speak it. And so one of the things that I try to do is do immersion. And so even if the teacher didn't do immersion, I did immersion. So at the end of a class, like, people go to lunch at noon, the habit that I have, I still have it today, I've been doing this for 45 years, is whenever I learn something, I don't take it for granted, first of all, that I've heard it. I take notes. Even if I never looked at the notes again, just physically taking notes statistically shows your absorption's different. I think I told you, like, if you listen to me passively here, you're going to enjoy yourself, and about a month from now, you'll remember maybe 10% of what I said. If you listen and you take notes, it jumps to 40 to 50. If you listen, take notes, and you activate your body like we've been doing things with your voice, your body, your emotions, and you're actively answering like you're doing in chat and out loud, now you start to get 85 to 90, sometimes 95% absorption where it sticks with you, where you really get the value. But the way I made sure I did it, and the thing I really want to encourage you to do, maybe today at the end of the day or after class is done, is take at least 30 minutes. But I'm going to set you up so you already have momentum, and just look through your notes and brainstorm. You can read all your notes is what I would do. And then I'd take out a piece of paper and I'd write down everything. I'd make myself remember everything that I thought was valuable. Every story, every metaphor, every example, every principle. And why did I do that? Because everything you've ever heard, tasted, touched, or smelled, anything you've ever experienced, you have that stored in your brain. There's no question about that. But storing it and retrieving it and using it are two different things. So part of what my expertise has been is how do I make sure that I use this stuff? Because my teacher, Jim Rohn, said, don't let your learning lead to knowledge, you become a fool. Let your learning lead to action, and you can have a transformed life. You can become wealthy, you can be fit, you can be strong, you can have a beautiful family, you can make a difference in your community. And so my whole thing was, okay, I'm going to pull it all out, because if you pull out what you just learned while it's still in short-term memory, you wire the way to retrieve it for the future. Does that make sense? How many understand what I mean by this? Say aye. So it's all about wiring. Like people ask, what's the difference? Like each day we're doing 2 hours, we're going for it really great, we're giving you an assignment, but the difference is When you immerse yourself 4 days and nights, you're going to be living, breathing, doing this over and over in all these ways, and it gets in your body, and now it's automatic. Now you're wired. So you want to start wiring yourself. And so I would do that. I would sit at lunch when everybody went to lunch, and I'd make myself think of every story, every example, every strategy, everything I learned, and write it all down. And I'd do it again at the end of the day. And it took more time, but my integration was unbelievable. And I remember I was in this course, and I think we did it three weekends in a row or something like that. It was over 6 months, but we'd done about 3 in a row, and the teacher, John Grinder, left the room. And somebody in the middle of an exercise started going into this phobic reaction. And if you don't know phobia, it's an uncontrolled response to a stimulus. And she was screaming and out of control, and everybody was freaking out. And I literally just got up, boom, took control, made it happen because I integrated all these things. I didn't just remember them, I'd integrated them. And I did this technique, and the teacher, John Grinder, walked in and saw this work, and he's like, come here. And that's how he and I developed a relationship. I eventually became his partner because I didn't just learn. You don't want to be dumb. What's dumb is to learn one time. What's great is to master something. Everybody dabbles, right? Dabbler, I'll try this. I'll make this thing happen. But if you want to really have an extraordinary life, you got to commit to mastery. And that mastery requires an investment in yourself of time and energy more than other people. It's like if you want an extraordinary life, you got to do what other people don't do. And so that's what we've been doing this week, right? We've been jumping and celebrating and pushing ourselves and being vulnerable. Most people don't do that. How many feel the rewards of just these first 4 days, just a few hours a day here? Say, aye, right? So I really want to encourage you to do this. But to get you started, let's just do a quick review of some of the basic things that we covered over the last 4 days. And so I'd sit up in your chair if you would, and maybe jot a few notes. So try to remember back for a moment to day one. First of all, what were you expecting on day one? About 75% of you have never been exposed to me before, at least not in a real program or even a live little video program like this. What were you thinking about? What did you think it was going to be like? What were your expectations? How many are happier than you even expected, by the way? If you're true, make some noise so I know you got it out there. I'm really glad. I always pride myself in over-delivering for you. But on that day, just think about what we really talked about. We started with an understanding that any kind of breakthrough you're going to have, anytime you're going to go to another level, it requires energy. The energy is everything. Without the energy, your mind goes to a lower level of understanding and your mind will not maximize. But we saw that energy is a habit. How many of you got more energy as the days have gone by here as you've just trained yourself to do this? Make some noise if you can feel it in your body, ladies and gentlemen, right? So energy is a habit, and the goal is to live an energy-rich life. When you're energy-rich, you're going to have a better relationship. When you're energy-rich, you're going to crush it in your business. When you're energy-rich, you're going to have so much more joy and happiness. Because think about it, the high energy states are what? Happiness, joy, excitement, drive, persistence, commitment, determination, love. Those are high vibration. They take high energy. When you're a low energy state, what are the natural states that show up? Frustration, sadness, overwhelm, stress, worry, right? Boredom. All that comes naturally when you're in a low energy state. So one of the most important things is to train your nervous system to be at its peak so that it's easy to go from bored or tired to peak state like that. Remember that snap exercise we did? Try it right now in your body. Sit in your body right now where you're just kind of relaxed, laid back, and then snap into a peak state as fast as you can, ladies and gentlemen. Peak state. That's it. And what we learned is what you're doing, right? That movement creates emotion. Emotion comes from motion. Sometimes the motion is the sound in your voice. As many of you have learned to use your voice in different ways, just make a sound like spontaneously, and it changes the biochemistry in you. Movement, you found standing in a certain position would change your biochemistry in 2 minutes, as they taught at Harvard, right? But when you add movement and you add sound, dynamic movement, everything changes. Because think about, what are most people like? People come up to me, they still do, and they'll come and say, "Hey, you're that guy. You're Tony Robbins, right? Oh yeah." And they go like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're here." And they'll come up and they'll start a conversation and say like, "Maybe you could help me. I I don't know what it is, but I just feel so down all the time. Why do you think I feel so down? You know? And I'm looking at them as they're doing this, and then, you know, other people, I know what it is. I'm so up. I feel so happy. Why do you think I feel so happy, right? Because as you noticed, high energy states tend to lift you up, don't they? And states of frustration or anger, depression or sadness tend to bring you down. That's why people say, I feel so up all the time or so down. But you could change it how fast, my friends? How fast? But you probably won't if you don't develop the habit, if you don't get it built into your body. So these 4 days, I've been just trying in this short time, trigger you. But you got to continue. So you can do it with me. I'd love to have you with me, or you at least got to do it on your own. Because if you do it, you're going to have a different life. How many agree with that, by the way? Say aye. You're going to have a different relationship. You're going to have a different level of joy. And remember, we all talked about there's only 2 worlds you got to master. And these are just triggers, so you might want to write some of them down just to remind yourself. But what are the 2 worlds? There's the external world and there's the internal world. And we can't control the external world, but we can absolutely influence it. And we need to. But the most important world to master is internally. And really, what I'm hoping you've begun doing here, and what I do for a living, is get people to re-engineer themselves. You know, there are some races that people go on where they go, you know, Le Mans or these races across the desert. And, you know, if you don't re-engineer the car you have, you're going to get stuck and die in the desert. But they build these giant shock absorbers, and they adjust everything, the carburetor up so the thing doesn't lose oxygen if it falls deep in the sand. We have to re-engineer our lives for what we're going through right now. We're in winter. If you don't re-engineer yourself, it can feel horrific. But if you re-engineer your beliefs and your body, then all these things change. So it's all about pattern recognition. Remember those 3 skills? Recognizing patterns, because everything you do is a pattern. Happiness is a pattern, and so is depression. Excitement is a pattern, so is worry. And so if you develop new patterns in this internal world, you'll start to change your external world. And that's where we start. So it's really, first you're looking for pattern recognition, then you're looking for pattern utilization, and then it's pattern creation, right? You want to make sure you do all 3 of those. And that's what we've been doing over the last few days to try and give you a little picture of where things are. And then, of course, we showed you the pattern of how to create a breakthrough. By the way, how many have had some nice little breakthroughs even in these couple of days here for yourself already, right? And what is that breakthrough? Remember, it's the moment in time when suddenly what seemed impossible, you're going to do. Because something in you shifted. Something pushed you over the edge. Some emotion, some experience. It could be inspiration or it could be pain. And you said, this is changing now. And we've all experienced it. And then what happens? You do something. Why? Because you develop a new belief. Or you have a new perception. Or you have a new strategy that makes you believe you can do it. And you change your life. So when we walk through, what are those 3? Do you remember? What are the 3 steps? They all start with S's. And we showed you the mistake most people make. Most people, naturally, when they want to change something, their body, their relationship, their finances, they ask the question, how? And since they haven't changed it before, they feel uncertain. And even if they find the how, they don't follow through. So the first one that most people go to, remember, is strategy. But you can give somebody a strategy. Who's ever helped somebody? You help them, you give them the answer, it's right there in their face, and they tell you, it won't work. Who's had this before with somebody you work with? Make some noise out there. A friend or family, right? And the reason is the strategy is worthless if you don't first change the what, my friends? What is it? The story. The story is I've tried everything. The story, the good ones are gone. Whatever the story is that's limiting you. Remember we said divorce the story and marry the truth. The story is I'm limited. The truth is you're unlimited. You can find the way. And then your story probably won't change unless you first change your state, right? Your ability to do that can be done in seconds, as you just showed. You can do it by the way you move, by the way you breathe, by everything you do. And then we said, let's see if we can't find those resources in you, because when we're stuck, and you ever feel yourself stuck again, remember, I'm stuck because I'm stuck in a perception. I'm stuck in a certain way of using my body. I'm stuck in thinking the same thought. And so we gave you those 4 archetypes. How many got a strong warrior, a great magician, a great lover, a great king or queen out there, ladies and gentlemen? Right? And so that first day, we said, change your story, change your life. And you went online and you shared what your old story was and what your new story is. How many are excited about the new story you're creating now here? I mean, you're owning it nice and loud. Make some noise if you got that, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome. So now let's go to day 2. Day 2, he said, we're going to show you the force that controls your life, the force that determines whether you make a lasting change or whether you say, I've lost 100 pounds, 10 pounds, the same 10 pounds 10 times, right? Lasting change is what we're after. And so you learn that the strongest force in the human personality is the power of your identity, the need to stay consistent with how you define yourself. If you define yourself in negative terms, then sure enough, negative things are going to occur. You're going to create them if nowhere else. And remember, we talked about the 68 degrees. And if things drop too much, like 68 degrees, your comfort zone. And if you get, that's your comfort zone financially, you want more, but that's your comfort zone. And that's your comfort zone in a relationship. So much intimacy, you want more, but this is what you're used to. Or I want more energy and my body's stronger, but this is what I'm used to. The used to is the identity. And if it drops too low, where now you're not doing so well, there's a point when that identity kicks in and goes, hey, you're not a 62 degree or you're a 68 degree, and you feel that pressure. Who's felt that before? You got things so bad, finally you hit something inside that said no more and you shifted. Who knows what I'm talking about here? Make some noise if you are. But also what most people don't realize is it happens on the top end. If you're at 68 degree and you start really succeeding, get momentum, and you're at 70, 80, 98, there's a point where the brain goes, hey, what are you doing? You know, you're at 68 degree, you're not a 98 degree, and you lose your drive. Or the air conditioners kick in and you start to sabotage to get back where you want to be. This is why shifting identity is everything. And again, we did it here for a little bit. I think you did it. It's a big part of what I do literally for half a day because we want to get it in every aspect of your nervous system. And we got to shift that identity psychologically, emotionally, physically, at all levels. So we do that with immersion. That's the way you get it done. But you've already begun that process. If I don't see it before, you can continue the process. In addition, that day, I gave you a great tool. Remember the 5 to thrive. If people are doing well, these 5 are rocking and rolling. If they're not, they're missing. Remember, we started with the middle. We said if you want to feel great, a great state, it starts with the way you use your physical body. Remember, we said physiology first. Change that body radically, you're going to have a radical change in how you feel. But also what you focus on. Remember, focus equals feeling. So if you change your focus, if you think of the worst scenario, you're going to feel sick to your stomach. You think of the best and imagine it over and over again, which is what a great athlete does. So they perform higher. They train their nervous system over and over for what they want, not what they don't want. And then we're going to talk today about language in a little more depth because it's so important because the language we use determines how we feel. And certain words or certain phrases blind us from the truth, like I can't find the salt, I can't find the salt. But we said you could change all 3 of these and change how you feel, but you probably won't do it regularly unless you create a compelling future, something to look forward to. And that's been hard to do in the last 2 years for a lot of people because every time you think you're going to create something, some government issue changes, your approach or tells you what you can't do. But you'll learn, and we gave you some examples over these few days, that it doesn't matter what happens. Even with that, there's ways for you to still find a way to thrive. And, of course, the most powerful thing, of course, is your identity. So then we showed you ways that you could build a brand, either at work or for your own business. And we walked through understanding the power of identity, articulating, practicing how to communicate it, and then most importantly, living it and marketing it. And remember, I give you the example of Mike Glickman, right? Just had no tools, no resources, but he thinks, okay, no one wants to buy from me. I'm too young. Well, I'm going to do something beautiful for the community. Hauls away all their trash, and now he's a superstar. By the way, he wrote me. I guess many of you must have called him and looked at me. He goes, I'm the most popular realtor in the world because you mentioned the other day to 800,000 people. So thanks for saying hello to Mike for us. He's a good man. So that was really what that day was about, right? And then you said, okay, what's my old identity as your assignment? What's my new identity? How many got a sense of contrast between who you used to describe yourself as and who you're going to commit yourself to being now? Make some noise if you got that, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, just for 1 second, I mentioned to you on the first day one of the people that came to this challenge last year, and then he went, of course, to UPW, and then I invited him to the live one. Remember I told you about Matt and Tinsey? He's really an amazing guy, and I asked him if he'd pop on for a second because this is a man who was pretty much stuck in his bed for years and only watched this thing because he could do it on his laptop in his bed, unable to get up to go to the restroom. and he's transformed. So somebody changed your identity. I can't think of a better person. So just for a second, let's give it up for Matt, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for him. There he is. Now let him hear you. It's Matt. You're looking good, brother.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Let him hear you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Matt, good to see you, brother. You look great. Tell me.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm doing so good. Will you tell this audience how you shifted, how you broke through, what your idea? Tell them where you were, because not everybody knows the story. And tell them what you did, because it's miraculous what you did with yourself. And we just want to honor you and also show people it's possible.
714 pounds, man.
714 pounds.
I was 714 pounds in January of 2021. I lost almost 280 pounds.
Give him a hand for that, ladies. Unbelievable. Wow.
I'm shooting for 399 pounds.
Wow.
In less than a month.
Wow.
Jackie's going on vacation with her mom.
Wow.
Yeah, we're doing good, man. There's been a lot of challenges, though. I got to be honest.
Yes.
There's been a lot of brokenness, there's a lot of things I didn't anticipate in the beginning.
Yes.
I thought everything was going to be fine and dandy, and
yes,
I just lose the weight and move along. But in regards to breakthrough,
yes,
I want to encourage everybody. Listen, you've got to press in. You've got to lock. Got to lock yourself in. You got to it's tough.
Yes,
and you got to be faithful to that, and it's really tough. It's been really hard for me.
Well, tell them where you were, because sometimes you lose perspective after you've done it. How long were you in bed?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I lost 250 pounds, and then I hit a wall in November after I got back from unleashing the power within. And I'm like, okay, I got this. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. So, the thing is, like, in regards to the breakthrough, you gotta really lock it in, man.
Right.
You gotta press in. You got to really hold fast to what your vision is.
Yes.
And I think that's what sometimes we lose track of that. Yeah. And, Jackie's helped me with that. Here, come here, honey.
This is the love of his life that he found in this last year as well. They're engaged to be married.
That's right.
But tell them where, because they don't know, where were you? How many years were you in bed, unable to get out of bed? And what they tell you about oxygen, because what happens sometimes when we make progress, of course, what we say, it's a wind, right? Winds up and down. But right here somewhere you were. So where were you? Tell them that so they know.
I was almost 6 years in a bed, naked, no clothes, 714 pounds, and I never thought I would ever be free, and it was a struggle, man. I got to tell you, with faith and with connection and family and community, like you guys or whatever, that's helped me definitely big time. So
that's beautiful. I told you
it's been tough.
By the way, I told you to never be without the oxygen, right? Never get out of bed, never make it to the restroom. And now,
man, I'm telling you right now, there was 2 years where I had oxygen attached to my CPAP machine, and I couldn't breathe every day without that machine.
And then,
and now I breathe without that now. I walk.
Wow.
I did a mini hike recently.
Wow.
I had COVID-19.
That's so
awesome. I had COVID-19 with Jackie, and we went on a hike, and there's all kinds of stuff we did. So
that's awesome.
It's definitely been a challenge, man. But I got to tell you something right now. If you put your foot forward,
yes,
and you accept the challenges, and you face what's happening, you can make it happen. And I'm grateful for you, Tony, and your wife. I know for sure that.
Thank you.
With everything that's happened, man, I probably would have been, facing certain death. Yeah. I was told by 7 different medical professionals in Eugene, Oregon, Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
One of the top professional hospitals in the world when it comes to doctor stuff. You know, the Oregon Health and Sciences University of Oregon told me I was never going to live past 6 or 7 months. And they said, man, you're done. And, you know, I'm sorry that you made these choices. You were on opiates, different things. But I defied the odds.
Sure did.
Okay.
Pretty awesome.
And I've almost lost 300 pounds. I've got more to go, man. I've got more to go. But, you know, I'm going forward, man. I'm going forward.
You know, what's interesting, Matt, is you've not only defied the odds, he got himself out of bed, got off the oxygen, got himself so that he could go, got himself in a car.
I start work next week.
What's that?
I start work next week.
What are you doing? What's your job?
So that's the thing is, like, I haven't worked since 2014, but I got a job with Uber and Lyft.
Wow.
So I'm going to work in LA County. I mean, hey, can you imagine all these lucky people that are going to meet me? Hey, listen, I got to tell you, though.
Also met the love of your life, and you're getting engaged. So I want to tell you,
I got to
support you, brother, right now. So you work so hard, and this is what happens to everybody. You work hard, and then you hit a plateau. And the plateau can really feel hard, right? It's there, a plateau. And then you lose track of, holy shit, I was 6 years in bed. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't go to the bathroom. And now I'm driving a car for other people is my job, and I'm engaged to be married. So you hit this plateau, there's new things you can do, and you'll get through that plateau to the next level. Don't pressure yourself so much on the weight, because it's going to come as long as you keep doing the things you're doing. I think that's the only piece you need to give yourself a little more balance in, brother, because I know you push yourself so hard. But there's spurts, and there's times when you get a little balanced, and then there's the next spurt, and I know you'll find it perfectly. But I just want to honor you and want to honor Jackie, your lady there, because you guys are extraordinary as a couple. Love seeing you together. Can we have a big hand for Matt, ladies and gentlemen?
Tony.
Extraordinary. Matt, the Uber driver. Good to see you guys. I'm looking forward to you going to Fiji. Oh, yes. I have a video for you, Matt, and for everybody here, because, you know, like, there's going to be times when you're going to make that shift and trying to do a breakthrough, and you make a lot of progress, and you hit something, and you got to break through again. Invariably, what happens is the mind will take over, and you forget all your progress. Everybody does this. So there's a gentleman who was a SEAL Team 6 captain, and he's just brilliant. His name's Jocko. Some of you have seen him, and there's just a little 30-second clip of how he looks at problems. I think it's useful for all of us. Take a look.
One of my direct subordinates, one of my guys that worked for me, he would call me up or pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, boss, we got this and that and the other thing. And I'd look at him and I'd say, good. And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem. And he said, I already know what you're going to say. And I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good. He said, that's what you always say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good. And I said, well, yeah. When things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get the new high-speed gear we wanted? Good. Didn't get promoted? Good. More time to get better. Oh, mission got canceled? Good. We can focus on another one. Didn't get funded. Didn't get the job you wanted. Got injured. Sprained my ankle. Got tapped out? Good. Got beat? Good. We learned. Unexpected problems? Good. We have the opportunity to figure out a solution. That's it. When things are going bad, don't get all bummed out. Don't get startled. Don't get frustrated. If you can say the word good, guess what? It means you're still alive. It means you're still breathing. And if you're still breathing, well then hell, you still got some fight left in you. So get up, dust off, reload, recalibrate, re-engage, and go out on the attack.
Give it up for Jocko. Good. Good. You know, that when we talked about we all have a 2 million-year-old brain, and it's not designed to make you happy, right? It's designed to make you survive. It's always looking for what's wrong. So you got to recondition it. And good is one of those ways. Remember I shared with you how I've done it throughout my life through incantations, not affirmations. I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. And your brain goes, BS, you're not happy. But where you use your body and your voice, everything with total intensity, what you say, over and over again. God's wealth is circulating in my life. His wealth flows to me in avalanches of abundance. All my needs, desires, and goals are met instantaneously by infinite intelligence, for I'm one with God and God is everything. Try that for 45 minutes over and over again and tell me you don't shift everything. But you got to do it with full intensity. Now, I've taught this for years, and then somebody sent me this little video of their daughter who attended because she was watching what we did. Take a look.
Look, I can be a circ. Now, my whole house is great. I can do anything good. I like my school. I like anything. I like my dad. I like my cousins. I like my aunts. I like my Allisons. I like my moms. I like my sisters. I like my dad. I like my hair. I like my haircuts. I like my pajamas. I like my stuff. I like my rooms. I like my whole house. My whole house is great. I can do anything good. Yeah. I can do anything good. Better than anyone. Better than anyone.
Give it up for Jessica. Let's go to day 3 for your review. What do you remember about day 3? Day 3 was about creating your own economy, where the idea that when in the middle of a crisis, there's always an opportunity. And we talked about business really being a spiritual game. Though, how do you win the game? You do more for others than anybody else. This whole idea that I learned from Jim Rohn, that if someone is doing better than you, could you earn twice as much money in the same amount of time? Could you earn 10 times as much, 100 times as much? Yes, if you find a way to add more value. If you find a way to become more valuable, add more skill, and not just give what you want, give what people really want and what they really need. And if you do that over and over again and you over-deliver, you're going to build a brand. Whether you work for somebody else in the company, you'll move up. Or if it's your own company, you'll grow that company. And we talked about that business is that spiritual game, meaning what we're trying to do is do more for others than anybody else. And if we do it, long-term, you'll win. Not always with the person you go to. You might give to this person over and over and see nothing. But then behind you, somebody here gives to you. How many of you have given a ton and it didn't come back from where you thought it would, but it did come back in your life? How many can relate to this? Make some noise if you can out there, ladies and gentlemen. And then I brought you 2 of my friends, 2 extraordinary people, Sarah Blakely and Jesse Itzler. Give it up for them. And what'd you learn? You learned that Sarah, her dad, helped her prepare herself for victory, something all of us could do as parents. What'd he do once a week? At dinner, at lunch, said, what'd you fail at this week? And he was mad if she didn't have something she failed at. So she learned failure is learning. And they both discovered that what you don't know is your greatest asset. And that success is always on the other side of fear. Do you remember she started with $5,000, having spent years going around selling fax machines? She wasn't even able to make Disney to be Dumbo. She got cut from that, right? Talk about feeling rejected. But somehow she said, I'm going to find something. I'm going to find this answer. She didn't know what it was, like many of you, but she said, I'm going to find it. And then one day she gets the insight for Spanx. But Insight's one thing, execution's another. And so what you do, they hustled, they persisted, they had this determination. She finally got someone to help her make a mock-up. They wouldn't even do that. And remember what she did? She kept calling. She didn't tell you the whole story, but she didn't even know how this happened. She called Neiman Marcus at a local store and said, I want to have you carry one of my products. They said, we don't make those decisions here. They're done in Dallas. She called the lady in Dallas and got a voicemail, never left a voicemail, waited one day. The lady answered the phone and then said, the lady said, well, just send it to me. She goes, I can't send it to you. I got to show you. Give me 15 minutes. I'll meet you in the parking lot. And then in the middle of the presentation, the woman wasn't buying. She saw it. Said, come to me to the bathroom. What? Come to the bathroom. I got to show you. Makes her deal. And then most people would say, I'm in 7 stores with Neiman Marcus. She spends 2 years going to every store and helping them make the sales happen, even when people didn't want her to. That's how you build success. How do you build it? You build it by rawness, right? Jesse says, goes to TED, okay, I'm going to have my own company selling jets. He had no money, no background. He went to where the big fish are, all these big fish. And remember, couldn't get in, so bought all the bakery goods, so people had to come to him. And then he over-serviced that one customer, did more from anybody else, arranged the doctors, arranged the restaurants, arranged all the things he wouldn't have expected. That's all over-delivering that makes that possible. And then we taught you the 3 keys to grow anything. You got to know, do you remember what they are? Your ideal client. Who are they? And those of you on Zoom, we met a young girl who was 11 years old and was, in our Q&A, and she was selling eggs, and we got to walk her through how to grow her business. It's pretty exciting. Finding your ideal client. She was selling clients. I said, who's your ideal client? She goes, well, I have one client that buys 5 dozen eggs. I said, well, what does everybody else order? 1 dozen. Well, why does she order 5 dozen? Well, it's because she makes a lot of bakery goods. So I said to her, well, who else might want more eggs than 1 dozen in a week? Who else would be a more ideal client? And they need them every week. And she thought for a moment and she said, well, maybe, one of those big Carnival cruises. I said, wow, you think big. I like this, right? And I said, well, what about restaurants? And then we walked her through, what if you called on 50 restaurants? How many would say yes? She goes, 30%. I said, okay, well, you have 10 clients now. That'd be 15. You grow your business 150%. What if only 10 said yes? You grow your business 50%. But no, they're buying 10 things of eggs, not 1. You grow your business 200 or 300%. What's going to be your irresistible offer? Remember, that's the second step, an irresistible offer. Change your offer, change your business. Change your offer, change your company. Literally overnight. You got to make it an irresistible offer. And so she's got a price. She gives 10% of it back to the homeless. Her price is lower than everybody else. She delivers it locally, and they're organic. Plus, I'm 11. You're supporting the future, right? So she got it together and then over-deliver. So those are the 3 components that we really put there. But really what you got to do is fall in love with your client. The secret to wealth, add more value, fall in love with your clients, not your product or service. Your product or service may need to change. But if you really fall in love with your clients and try to over-deliver, the game is totally different. So you started to think about, how do I start to do this? How do I make the shift? How do I make this brand shift in myself? All right. Then we go to yesterday, day 4, which was relationship. And again, I'm trying to trigger you to remember things that you'll write down and think about how you're going to use these. Where can I use these theses? But yesterday I showed you, like, no one's happy long-term if their business is going great and their relationship is terrible. And most of us are always looking outside ourselves for what our partner's doing, and we end up doing an exchange. We're evaluating what they're giving, what we're getting, and it becomes a transaction, and nothing grows from a transaction. And so we walked through, and we brought you to a couple that are at the edge and reminded you we have options, right? You don't want to get to the edge, but if you do, if you get to that place of no return, one option is hate each other and be separate and carry that into the next relationship. But a healthier one would be either recommit and grow it, or fall back in love and be the deepest friends possible so that you can then grow with people that you're closer to. It's not like every relationship is right. If we can learn from a relationship, there's no failure. And if we can still have love and caring for someone we spent time with, that's beautiful. And you learn what messes it up. Depolarization, remember? Where people no longer have those opposite energies. And also what happens is all that stress, then you start to overreact. You start to feel that resistance, that resentment, that rejection, or worse, repression. You want to break that pattern up as soon as it happens and own responsibility. I'm feeling these feelings. It's not you. It's my past. I want you to know if you feel this in me, it's not you, honey. It's my stuff and I'm going to fix it. And that starts to change the game, because if not, you start coming up with not being as connected, not more intimate, and then you have a story you're incompatible, and the whole thing gets worse and worse. So you break the pattern, and you break the pattern by owning it and by stepping forward. And then we did some Q&A with Sage Robbins. How many enjoyed that for her? Right? Yeah. You see how lucky I am, right? And we shared with you, what is it that gets in the way? What destroys it? And in the end, we gave you those 3 C's and those 4 U's, right? If you're a man and your woman doesn't feel seen, and by the way, my minister friend, I love you, brother, but I love that you caught that. She's not feeling seen, right? If they don't feel understood, it's hard to understand, but you can understand if you were in that body thinking the way they think, a different species, you'd feel the same way. So you want to honor it. And you want to make sure they feel safe. If it's a man, criticizing him is death. And you might call it coaching, but he sees it as criticism. Closing down would be death. Trying to control is death, but sincere praise, opening when it's hard, and just allowing instead of controlling, and you will have a different relationship. How many scored yourself on this and found areas you could immediately improve that could improve your relationship? Make some noise out there if that's true. And remember, one of the things we talked about is men are trained to solve a problem and women want to share it. It's hard for men to understand this. So here's a little quick 2-second video to remind you of that principle. No, wrong video, guys, wrong video. This is a principle around relationship. That was a different video. That's a little horror video we might have used as a commercial. Here we go. There we go. You got to start it fresh. We can't hear it.
And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me, and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I'll bet if we got that out of there...
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing...
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
Yeah, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just... Sometimes it's like there's this achy... I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. All of them.
Yeah, that sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Oh, come on. Ow. If you would just...
Don't...
So, gentlemen, I hope that was instructive for you when it gets to relationship. So stand up and stretch for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up and stretch, and I'm going to walk you through now how we're going to integrate all this. Stand up, stretch your body out. Find somebody on the screen and say, I own you, and outdo their energy, ladies and gentlemen. Go! Ladies and gentlemen, outdo their energy! this works. Quick sip of water.
Even though I try to replace you, but loneliness makes me break down.
And then break up that energy again.
Hanging on the verge of breakdown. Waiting for a touch, you say your name.
All right, so here's what I like to do. I want to give you 5, you and I both know information without action is dead. It's like affirmation without discipline is the beginning of delusion, right? So I want to give you 5 action steps. That if you take these 5 action steps, you're going to find yourself in a really extraordinary place. And they're very simple. So let's jot them down. First, as simple as it is, you need to get clear on exactly what it is you really want and honestly where you really are. Because the only way you improve your life is to know what you want and where you are, because you need a map. Right now, there's a gap. How many of you have a gap between where you are and where you want to be financially or physically or in your relationship? Who's got a gap out there? Make some noise if you've got a gap out there. The gap will never close if all you do is focus on where you are and how bad it is. The gap will never close if you bullshit yourself about where you are and try to pretend it's better than it is. That's why, we want to see it as it is. The truth will set us, what? Free. So we got to see where we are, but we also got to have a compelling future. Where do we want to go? And the more clear you are about what you really want and the details of what you want, the more easy it's going to be to achieve it. Because our brain, there's a part of our brain that once it knows what you want and it's really desirous. How many of you have ever had a goal or a dream and you wanted it so bad, you didn't know how to achieve it, but you couldn't stop thinking about it, and then things started happening? Like you met somebody who had an insight, or who's ever had something you wanted so bad, you didn't even have a plan. But somehow, because you kept focusing on it, it came together. You met people, the situation came together, and it really happened. Who's had this happen before? If you've had it, make some noise so I know you got it out there, ladies and gentlemen. Put it in the chat, too. When I say make some noise, give me the chat. Yes, it has happened, right? So if that's happened, you got to think about, how did you make that happen? How did that work? Well, one way it worked probably is there's some things in your life today that I bet once were a dream or a goal or a desire. And the truth of the matter is, somehow they're in your life today, and they once seemed impossible. Who's got something like this? Once it was a dream that seemed impossible, today it's in your life. It might be a job, it might be a relationship, it might be an income. Then I want you to just take 2 minutes, and I want you to sit up in your chair, and I want you to write down 1 or 2 things that are in your life today that once were a dream or a goal, and I want you to write down, what were the steps you did? What did you do first? What did you do second? I really want you to think it. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. All right, we'll put some music on and write down what was something once was a dream, seemed impossible, what it's in your life today. How cool is that? But then how did you go about doing it? 2 minutes. And then while you're there, feeling certain now that you can make something happen because you've done it before, I'd like you to write down, what do you really want most now? What do you want most in your career, or what do you want most in your relationship? Or what do you want most in your body or your energy? What do you really want? If you weren't afraid to fail, what would you say you wanted? What would you say you commit to? About 30 seconds, write down, what do I really want? And be specific. Don't say lose some weight, lose 25 pounds, or create the love of my life, or reawaken the love of my life together, or transform something, my business, or go to the next level. So what's something that once was impossible? You made it happen. How'd you make it happen? What do you want now? Because when you realize you made something impossible happen, it might bring you a little more certainty. That's it. And what would be an action you would take? What would be an action you would take to achieve that goal? What's a small action? What's a big action? Right away, that would give you some momentum so you're not just thinking about it. What would excite you to achieve in the next 90 days to 6 months? Maybe write down 2 specific things you want to achieve. Maybe one's personal, one's business or career. What's a goal that if you could achieve it or make huge progress in the next 6 months or less, it would excite the hell out of you. Get you up early and keep you up late. Be a reason to learn and master these skills, because all these skills will get you there faster, won't they? What do you want? Why do you want it? What are you going to do? Why do you want that goal? What's 1 or 2, real quick, 1 or 2 things that if you could achieve it, one personal maybe, one career or business, that would excite you. And don't pick something that's pie in the sky, and don't pick something too easy. What's something that you really committed yourself? You know you could figure it out, you could make it happen, and it would excite you. Why do you want it? What would happen if you really achieved this? How would your life be different? That's it. That's it. You got about 20 seconds left. What would excite you that you could really achieve? 6 months or less, or even 12 months if you want it. Some things take a little longer, that's okay. But you know if you committed yourself, you could find the way. If you built the right skills, the right mindset, the right psychology, the right momentum. 10 seconds left to finish up. What do you want? Why do you want it? What are you going to do to make it happen? Thanks for sharing. This is awesome. Some of you are dropping it in. Thank you. Thanks for sharing in the chats. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. How many got at least 1 or 2 things? Let me ask you this. How many got one thing that used to be impossible and now it's in your life and you made it happen and you know you did it? Who's got something like that? Make some noise. So stand up for a moment with that kind of certainty, the certainty that you know you can make it happen. Stand up just for a moment. Stand up, shake your body out. So you're not just thinking. Make a move that makes you feel strong. Make your move. Make a move. Make your move. Make your move. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Now close your eyes and imagine you just achieved both of these goals, or 1 or 2 of these goals. You just made it happen. And I want you to celebrate just for a moment like it just happened with your voice and body. Go ahead. Imagine you just did it. See it. Feel it. Who benefits? Get ready. Whose life improves? Not just yours, the people you love. And then just feel like it just happened and you're getting ready to celebrate the victory of your life. Get ready, like an energy of anticipation. Think about the actions you can take to make that happen. Think about how you're going to feel when you achieve it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Make the sound you make when you're celebrating. Full tilt, celebrate it. Outbound. Celebrate. Say what you'd say if you just achieved it. Shout what you'd say if you just achieved it. That's it. Make the sound of victory. Go! Victory! See it as happening. Feel it as happening. What are you willing to learn to make this happen? What skill will you push through? What challenge will you break through? Because it's worth it. Get in your body how worth it it will be. How life will be so much greater. How proud you'll be of yourself. Others you love will be touched by it. That's it. That's it. See it. Imagine it. And get ready to make the sound of victory again even louder. A total celebration. 1, 2, 3. Make the sound of victory. Make the sound of victory. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. If you feel in your body, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. High five somebody visually beside you. Go, you rock, so do I. And then grab a seat feeling strong. All right, so the beginning of progress is getting clarity about what it is you want, really want. And then being clear where you are. And later on, you got to be clear where you are so you know the gap. Because the dynamic tension of knowing what you want versus where you are will make a part of you want to snap into what's true. What's the second action step you got to take? Jot it down. You need to crush, destroy, and annihilate and replace any story of limitation. Your goal is crush, destroy, annihilate. In other words, break the pattern of the limiting story you have in your life that's gotten in the way of your relationship or your body being where you want to be or your finances being where you are or your business or your level of happiness. Because the only thing keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself about why you don't have it. I'm going to say that again. The only thing keeping you from getting what you really want in this world is the story you keep telling yourself about why you don't have it or why you can't have it or why it's not here yet. The story has got to change. And by the way, most people's stories create suffering. Remember we talked about that? What is suffering? It's pain that just seems to always be there. Like anxiety or fear, I'm not enough, all that crap that comes about. But jot this down if you would. Suffering never comes from the facts of your life. We don't suffer because of what's actually happened, the facts in our life. Suffering is in the perception of those facts. Jot it down if you would. All suffering is not in the facts of my life. The facts aren't what's making me suffer. It's my perception of the facts that are making me suffer. You get it? My perception. So I'll give you an example. Let's say if your mother had died and you're feeling sad, it may be a natural experience. But if you're still broken up 6 months or a year from now, you are not suffering because your mother died. You are suffering because your perception is she shouldn't have, as if you know what the universe or God has in store. How many follow what I'm talking about here? Say I. And the beautiful thing is when you understand this, see, the reason people keep suffering is they're like, I can't because this happened to my life, this happened to my child, this happened to my parents, this happened to me, but it doesn't matter. It's the perception. It's not what happened. We all have the happenings. We all have those horrible situations. And yet, if we can develop that core belief I talked about on the first day, that belief that people live around me day and night, it becomes a part of you. It's just their nature. And that understanding that life is always happening for me, not to me. Even though it looks like life's happening to me, it's actually a lesson. There's something there that's happening for me that's going to make life better. How many of you have had an experience in your life where something happened that was so painful, so terrible, you'd never want to go through it again in your lifetime? And you sure wouldn't want anybody you love to go through it. But 5 years afterwards, 10 years, 2 years later, you went, I never want to go through that again, but I understand why God or the universe gave it to me because it made me so much stronger, or it made me care so much, or it made me come up with new answers that have now made my life better. How many can relate to some area in your life where it seemed so horrible, but years later you saw the higher meaning? Give it up there, ladies and gentlemen, if you got that. So often out of those pains, we create suffering, but what makes us keep suffering is limiting beliefs. I'm not enough. I don't have enough money. I don't have the time. I don't have the energy. I'm not young. I'm too young. I'm too old. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not funny enough. I'm not handsome enough. I've tried everything. Nothing works. If you succeed, people attack you. All these things. God's punishing me. All those different beliefs that I got a question for you. How many of you out there, and put in the chat if it's true too, how many of you out there have beliefs that intellectually you know better? You know it's bull. But emotionally, they still grab you or pull you back. Who's got some of these out there? Put it in the chat box, or if you're on the Zoom, give us some noise out there, all of you. Make some noise so we know you're there if that's true. So you've got to get rid of those. And it's so hard because you're in it. So 2 decades ago, I created this process called Dickens that we do at Unleash the Power Within, and it's about 3 hours, but it eradicates these beliefs. They're not intellectual, they're in your body. It links so much pain to it that your brain goes, never again. And then we replace it with the new beliefs. You talk to anybody who's been Unleashed the Power Within, one of the peak experiences for them is this Dickens process because it completely rewires you. But you got to rewire you because remember I said the other day, beliefs create and beliefs destroy. When you believe something's brown, you'll call beige stuff brown so you can feel successful, right? Or red stuff burgundy, call it red. Our brains will find a way to get there. So the way you change is you've got to change the conditioning. You can't just change your intellect because you probably intellectually already know these beliefs are BS. But we got to rewire them. You have to crush, destroy, annihilate, replace, after you annihilate these stories with the truth that sets you free, with a higher purpose. And when that happens, everything changes in your relationship, your business, your finances, and your life. That's what happened to me. That's how I went from 38 pounds heavier than I am now and never gaining it back and totally broke, walking rooms feeling alone and lonely and 100 people around me, feeling sorry for myself, to transforming everything, including my business, my economics, and everything else. I mean, I went from making $38,000 a year in 1 year to making over $1 million. I don't tell that to impress you. I tell you because it impresses me to me. It's like I can't even believe it. But it's because the way I did it was not strategy. It was first the beliefs, which is story, and the state. But I wired it. And that's why I'm here today. It's not enough to know. Knowing is not enough. It's all about execution, which means conditioning. So that after a while, you don't have to think about it. You just do it. You just do it. You just do it. So it's critical you find a way to do this. And I'll tell you philosophically, Jim Rohn taught me a philosophy that changed my life. It was really simple. I was talking about things I want to achieve and do and make happen. He goes, Tony, if you want an extraordinary life, you have to adopt a philosophy. And, at that time, I didn't think philosophy mattered. I was more interested in strategy. How do you do it, right? And strategies are invaluable. Like I said, I could save you 10 years with the right strategy in your business or your personal life. I do it all the time. But the philosophy is going to determine whether you act on it or not. And the philosophy, he called it the philosophy of stretching. Jot it down. The philosophy of stretching. What is the philosophy of stretching? He said, Tony, it's really simple. If you find yourself saying, I can't do something, I can't do it because I don't have the time, I can't do it, I don't have the money, I can't do it because I don't have the resources, I can't do it because I don't know the right people. Anytime you start finding yourself, you say, I can't do something, and especially if it's really hard, then you must do it and you must take action immediately. Even if you don't know how, even if you don't think it's possible, you've got to develop a habit that says, if I can't, then I must. And I said, well, Jim, does that mean if I can't jump off a cliff, then I must? He said, don't be stupid, right? He said, what I mean is if there's something that you could do right now that can make you better, make you stronger, make you more alive, make you happy, make you healthier, some of you to make your business better, some of you to make your family better, but it's really uncomfortable or you don't think you have the time or the money, the resources. He said, you've got to train yourself. And when you say I can't, then you say I must, and you do something immediately. I remember saying to him, I said, well, that doesn't sound like a very secure life. He said, if you want security, go to prison. He said, if you want freedom, You got to push yourself and do the things that are uncomfortable and stop allowing yourself to make excuses. And even if you don't know how, if you just commit to do it, the universe moves to those that commit. Remember I said the other day, like, if you want to take the island, burn your boats. Because if there's no going back, it's amazing how human beings find an answer that'll shift them and make things happen. And here's what gets in the way real fast. A lot of people, especially during COVID or in their normal life, we've all been through disappointments. Who's had lots of disappointments in relationship and business and finance, right? And what happens is we don't want to feel disappointed. And so after a while, we start developing these limiting beliefs. And they start to crush us instead of crushing them. And there's something called learned helplessness. You may have heard of it. Learned helplessness is when you've been disappointed so many times that now it seems like there's no way and you believe there's no way. In fact, I'll give you an example. It's a horrible example. I don't support this, but scientists will take a monkey, and they've done this with dogs too. It's pretty horrible. And they'll bring him to a room that looks like a mini version of like a tennis court. It's about 1/3 the size. But it has 4 colored squares, right? And a net in the middle. So 2 squares on one side, 2 on the other, and they're red and yellow and green and blue. And they let the dog or the monkey in, and the dog or monkey, let's say, hits the blue square, and it's electrified. And so they're screaming in pain, and they bounce around. They don't know what to do. And so they try anything, and then all of a sudden, gradually, they get off the blue square, they're on the green square, and they're fine. So what do you think happens the next time they put them in that room? Instantly avoids the blue square, goes straight to the green square. And then these horrible scientists electrify the green square and the blue square. What do you think happens to this poor animal? It's freaking out. Oh my God, pain here, pain everywhere. Everything's pain. Who's ever felt like no matter what you do, you're screwed? No matter what you do, you're going to have pain. Who can relate to this in some way, right? If I do this, I'm screwed. If I do that. And so what happens is we freak out, but eventually the monkey or the dog will jump over the net. It's a small net, like the size of a tennis court. And on the other side, let's say lands on the yellow square, and it's not electrified. And guess what these wonderful scientists do? They now electrify that square as well. Now the animal can't jump over to one side, and it goes to the last space in the room, the red square, and you can guess what they do. Then they electrify all the squares. Next time they put the animal in the room, it jumps over the net, but it's still, all the squares are electrified, and guess what they do? They go into what's called learned helplessness. They go in the corner and they give up and they bite themselves and usually defecate all over the place. Now, thank God you and I are not a monkey or a dog, and no one's putting us in those situations, but we can sometimes do it in our own head. And here's how we do it. There's 3 P's that you got to annihilate, crush, or destroy if they're getting in the way of your progress in a relationship or your career or your happiness or your health. These are the 3 P's that make learned helplessness. Number 1, you think the problem is permanent. Once you've had enough disappointment, sometimes your brain doesn't want to get disappointed, so it's a permanent problem. Please write down, no problem is permanent. Only your soul is permanent. Every problem can be solved. The pandemics are not forever. Winter is never forever. War is not forever. Nothing's forever. Everything changes. Everything eventually ends, and something new begins. That's part of life. Those are the seasons of life. But when you start believing the problem's permanent, it is, because it's self-fulfilling. The second P that keeps people in learned helplessness so they don't change, this belief's got to be annihilated, broken through, and that it's pervasive. That means that because my relationship's not great, my whole life is horrible. And you're forgetting you do have health, or you do have friends, or you do have a job, or you do have whatever. I can breathe. Or my finances are messed up, so my whole life's over. It's not true. It's not permanent. It's not pervasive. And the third one is we think the problem is personal. There's something wrong with me. And if you start believing that, it becomes self-fulfilling. You give up. See, I'm not good enough. I'm not beautiful enough. I'm not smart enough. I always screw it up. So those 3 P's got to be destroyed. And again, I know many of you now are joining us for Unleash the Power Within. We're going to handle this. But if you aren't, you've got to handle this on your own. You've got to not just handle it intellectually. You've got to destroy it, crush it, and eliminate it. So just for a second, I want you to stand up just for a moment. Stand up just for a moment, if you would. Shake your body out just for a second, if you would. Make a move that makes you strong. Make a move. Make you move. Make you move. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Now, I want you to think about an area of your life that you really want to improve. Could be your body, your energy, your vitality, your strength. Could be a relationship you want to transform or you want to create. You don't have one. Could be changing careers. Could be taking your business to the next level, changing your finances. Could be just really having passion, aliveness, and happiness every day, no matter what happens. And what's a belief that's gotten in the way before? What's a belief that's gotten in the way of your progress? A belief about yourself or about other people or about relationship or about God or about money, about business? How many can think of a belief that maybe you know better intellectually, but it's in there and it gets in the way? How many got one of these that you can think of right away? Raise your hand if you can think of it right away. Stay standing and just type it in the chat if you would. What is that limiting belief that's got to go? What's that belief that gets in the way of what you really want? That's it. That's it. I can't do this. I'm too old. I'm not smart enough. I can't make the difference. I can't heal my body. I've tried everything. Oh, my ego's too big. Their ego's too big. I don't have enough money. I don't have the time. I can't do it. I'm tired. I'm too busy. There's no room. I got to do this for my kids. All great. Now, by the way, you can always find ways to justify, like legs, to put under the tabletop of that idea, but we want to sweep the legs. So just for a second, ask yourself, what is that belief costing you? In fact, just for a second, say it out loud. No one's around. Just, what does that belief cost you? What does it do? What does it get in the way of? What does it hurt? What does it destroy? Just say it out loud just for a second, ladies and gentlemen. Just anything out loud, or you can put in there. What does it destroy? What does it get in the way of? You can put in the chat box if you want. Costing me peace, making me feel old, taking away my happiness, costing me my time. It's hurting me. It hurts my family. It messes up everything. It messes up my sanity. It takes away my self-esteem. It takes away my ability to make money. It takes away my energy and doubt. Awesome. So you know these have got to be eradicated. So I can't do that here in one moment, but let's just get you where you feel that sense of strength again. Make you move. Make you move. Make you move. Make you move. Make the sound of unstoppable intensity, an unstoppable level of intensity. Come on. Unstoppable intensity. That's it, unstoppable intensity. Do it again, even louder. Go, unstoppable intensity, go. Now, just for a moment, to give you a little taste, just for a moment, what's the opposite to the bullshit story you told yourself? That lie that's getting in your way, what's the truth? And you're in a strong state, what's the truth? What's something that if you believed it in your soul, it would free you? It would make you move forward instead of pull back. It would excite you. It would make you proud. Make you laugh instead of feeling sad or frustrated or depressed or angry. Put it right down the notes. What's a new belief? What's a belief that could really shift you if you could get it in your body? It wasn't just in your intellect. What's a belief? What's a truth that would set you free? I'm more than enough. My soul knows I'm enough. I'm good enough. I'm lovable. I'm strong. There's nothing that can truly stop me when I'm focused. I'm truly capable. I can find the money. I can find the time. I can make it happen. I have a team. My soul is invincible. Oh, I like that. Very nice. All right, celebrate just one of those new beliefs for a moment. Make a sound that celebrates that belief. If you live by that belief, how would your life change? If you live by that belief, how would your life change? Yes. High five somebody nearby and go, you rock, baby, virtually, you rock. Grab a seat. Grab a seat feeling strong. Now, if that feels good, if you've at least got a perception of what's in the way and what needs to change, you at least got that. We got to rewire it. You got to crush it and replace it. But how many going to feel what needs to be done at least right now? Make some noise if you know what needs to be done. And by the way, you might say, well, how do I do that? You have to do it physically, and you have to do it with enough repetition, with precision. But I will tell you this, a belief is nothing but a feeling of absolute certainty about something. If you believe that you're really smart, then you feel certain you're smart. If you believe you're sexy, then you're certain that way. If you feel uncertain, you have doubt. And what we really got to do is crush those limitations, replace them with that certainty. And again, I do this at the event. I'm not holding back here, but I want to give you a taste, but you can also do it on your own, but you got to, because if you know what you want and you know where you are and you really want it, but you don't crush what's getting in the way, you and I both know what's going to happen. Disappointment. But if you change that you'll have a momentum that really changes everything. And I've had the privilege of living it and seeing so many people do it. Let's go to the third action step. I call it watch your language. And that does not mean like, using a word that maybe you're not used to or someone else uses. I want to be more specific. When I say watch your language, our words shape the way we think and how we feel, and how we feel determines what we do, and what we do determines whether you get results or not. How many follow this? Say I. Say I. So if you and I are going to get results, we have to become aware of language. Remember the triad? There's changing your physiology, there's changing your focus, but then there's being aware that language creates meaning. So if you use certain words, you're going to feel lifted, other ones driven down. And I'm not talking about going to your mirror and chanting, you're good enough, you're strong enough, and people really like you. Like Stuart Smalley on, some old version of Saturday Night Live. No, I'm talking about being aware that there are certain words that you use, everyone individually uses, that put your energy up and some that put it down. Certain words and phrases start to limit you. Certain words and phrases free you. But I don't just mean speaking them. I mean the habit and the pattern of speaking them and communicating them. So if you have emotions you don't like, let's say you get overwhelmed or pissed off or frustrated or sad or whatever, there's a physiology to that. You're focusing on things for that, but you also have some habitual words. Let me tell you how I figured this out. And by the way, I call this transformational vocabulary, because by transforming the words you use regularly, you literally change your biochemistry, your emotions, your thinking, and your actions. But if you're unaware, then these words can take over your life and limit you without even knowing it. So a belief is a set of words we say over and over again to ourselves with so much certainty that we begin to believe it, and then we look for ways to justify it, and then pretty soon we're stuck. But you can just eliminate the words and start to change it. So let me give you an example. Years ago, many years ago, 20 plus years ago, maybe 25 years ago, I was in a business relationship with two partners, and they were both very dynamic people. One was a super wealthy guy and really, really smart, really centered guy. And the other guy was a really passionate man, really driven. I really liked him. And he'd give everything to whatever he did. And so without boring you with all the details, the company, how it was, the point is one day we had an opportunity and we were in a negotiation with a company where if we made the deal, it would be really good for them and really good for us. And this is probably 30 years ago. I'm young in business and I'm a giver. So I love to give. I'm not stupid, but it's like I'm happy to give you more of what you want if together we can do something bigger, make a bigger pie, right? So without going through all the details, I speak up in the middle of the negotiation and I put all the cards on the table. And one of my partners looks at me like, can't believe I'm doing this. And I say, look, guys, here's our costs. Here's where things are. This is what we want to do with you guys. Here's the full open, kimono. Let's do a deal that's fair for each other. And I laid the whole thing out, thinking that by being open and honest in every way, we could find something that was a win-win. And the people we're dealing with didn't play win-win. They played win-lose. And they took the information I had and they twisted it, and then they started to use it against us without going through the boring details. It was really, really infuriating. It was really terrible. And it showed such bad faith, and we were caught up in the middle. Now it looked like we could get hurt even if we didn't do the deal because of the information I'd given them. So I screwed up. It's my fault. Just thinking, being honest and open, let's get to the answer quicker. Let's not play games and circle and negotiate. Let's just put it on the table and find a great way to play. Well, when it was used against us, I got really angry, right? Really angry. I was pissed off, angry. I was mad as hell. And then I noticed, though, because I was in the middle of it, I couldn't help it, that one of my partners, the one's really passionate guy, he was insane. He was like, these people, I can't believe this. He goes, I feel like they're like murdering our child. He goes, he just went on and on. He goes, I'm enraged. I'm furious. And I was really mad, but he was so crazy that I was like, calm down, dude. It's not that bad, right? How many of you have ever had somebody get so intense, you're in an upset state, but they were more intense, so you found yourself calming them down? Who knows what I'm talking about there? Make some noise if you've ever done this, right? And he kept on saying, I'm furious, I'm enraged, I could kill him, right? And I was like, calm down. In the middle of calming him down, though, because my brain's always noticing patterns. It's just how I work, right? I noticed my other partner didn't even seem to be upset. And it kind of pissed me off a little bit that he wasn't pissed off. It's like, so I remember saying to him, I said, like, you don't even seem to be upset. I mean, don't you know what they just did? Don't you see what they're doing? He's like, yeah, we got to stop. I mean, I was like, they're murdering our child. They're murdering our business. I'm enraged. I was like, calm down. And he says to me, he goes, well, yeah, he goes, I'm a little peeved. And when he said peeved, I said, peeved? I've never even heard somebody use that word peeved. You're peeved? He goes, yeah, I'm a little annoyed. Annoyed? Even the word annoy sounds like you're annoyed me. Annoyed. I'm peeved and annoyed. And I looked at him like he was crazy, but I could see he really wasn't that upset. And I was like, I started to think for a moment. I go, I don't think I've ever seen you really upset. He goes, I rarely get really upset. I said, what about that time when the IRS, there was this friend of mine is very wealthy, and the IRS is a great organization, but like any organization, they have different people. And there was a guy that when he came and saw his home and the way he lived, he just tried to destroy my friend, and he did a bunch of things weren't right. My friend actually won in court after 2 years. All the things this guy did were incorrect and wrong, he won. But it took him 2 years, a lot of money, a lot of time. I said, and didn't that piss you off? Because that's what I would have felt, right? Wouldn't that make you mad as hell? And he goes, I'd have killed him. I'm enraged. I said, it's not even you. Calm down. And he goes, well, no. He goes, I was really, annoyed and maybe a little tinkled. He literally said tinkled. And I looked at him like, that's the stupidest word I've heard. That's even worse than annoyed, although annoyed sounds worse. Tinkled, peeved, annoyed. And he smiled. And I saw it was sincere. And so this thing went through my head. We all have the same event, right? We're all going to be equally affected by this in a very negative way. I'm mad as hell. I'm pissed off. I'm angry. He's furious and rage, want to kill somebody. And he's peeved, annoyed, and tinkled. I thought to myself, now I remember asking him, I said, well, why don't you ever get upset? He said, because if you get upset, the other guy wins. And he's really competitive. And now I understood. But I remember in the moment going, there's a lesson from the universe. There's a lesson from God here right now. Like, I get pissed off a lot at that time in my life, I thought. I get really mad a lot. Do you know why? Because anything that was really irritating, the 3 words I would use most often is mad as hell, angry, or pissed off. It usually started with pissed off. And my other buddies gets really angry a lot because when anything bad happens, the words he uses are more intense. How many are following this now? Say I. Right? Enraged, furious, right? Or kill him, right? It's pretty intense. And my buddy here, he's like right in the center of it all, and he's peeved, annoyed, and tinkled. And I began to realize my vocabulary, the words I used when I was most upset, were creating my biochemistry. And so I decided to use my buddy's words. And it was so stupid. I go, this really tinkles me, right? And I was so stupid, it made me laugh. I went from pissed off to laughing. How many follow what I'm talking about here? If it makes sense, make some noise so I know you're getting it out here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's like, wow. I began to realize, and write this down if you would, the words that you link to your experiences in life become your experiences. The words you link to your experiences change your biochemistry. And if you change your vocabulary, you will change your life. So I just showed it to you with good. Here's this guy. I remember some of the guys that know Jocko said, they're on this campaign, and a bunch of the weapons that were supposed to be delivered by an airlift, the helicopter was knocked out. They didn't have the weapons, and they're going into battle, and they're outnumbered like 50-1. And Jocko's thing is good because we're just going to get more strategic. We're going to get even stronger. His vocabulary changes his state. How many saw it on the video? You could feel it. It was authentic. He wasn't just making shit up, right? Pretty amazing. So, like I told you, when I was in that laundry room feeling sorry for myself, depressed, thinking, should I stick around or not in this life, being dramatic in my head, guess what? I was using it. I'm so depressed. And that's why I was like, no more. That's not part of my vocabulary. I've never used that word again since that time when I was 17 years old. And I can tell you with total honesty, I have never felt depressed. I felt angry, pissed off, tired, exhausted, but never depressed. Because I realized when I was depressed, I couldn't do anything. When I was depressed, it felt like life wasn't worth living. So it might be time for you to discover what are some of the words you use that put you in a lowered state, and what's an alternative word that would make you laugh or make you smile or at least soften it. Because if you watch your language, if you change that language, you'll change everything. So here's a little assignment for you. Later on, not now because I'm almost out of time, we've got two more great things to give you. Make a list. What are some of the words you use when you're really angry or really sad or really upset? And then come up with 2 or 3 other words that would be more humorous that would break the pattern, and then you got to practice it. You start to go, this really is pissing me off. You go, this really peeves me, right? And you do it deliberately several times because, again, you can't wait till the problem happens. You got to practice in advance so that you wire your nervous system. Like everything else I'm telling you, it's not enough to understand this. You got to wire it so it happens automatically, and then all of a sudden you're going to be feeling great. And by the way, this will change your relationship because there's words you use in your relationship, either in your partner's presence or not, or you don't have a partner because you use some of these words, and they put you in the wrong state. How many are going to do this exercise for yourself? Figure out what your words are, what to change. Make some noise if you're going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. All right. 2 more action steps, and then I'm going to introduce something really cool, and then at the end I got something really fun for you. So first, the 4th one. What's the 4th action step? So let's review. You're right. You want to make sure you're clear what you want, really want, why you want it, where you really are. Come up with some action steps. Then you got to crush, destroy, annihilate those limiting beliefs that are getting in the way, and then replace them. And you got to do it in your body, not just in your head. You do it with me, I'll do it with you, or you got to do it on your own. But you got to do it. And you got to do it over and over until it's so powerful, it just happens. It's got to become a habit. If you have to wait to think, it's not going to work. The old pattern will take over. 3rd, watch your TV, your transformational vocabulary. What are the words that put you in the wrong states? If you replace them, you're going to change that relationship. You're going to change the way you feel. You're going to change your actions. 4th, most importantly, is you got to take massive what, my friends? Action. Write down massive action is the cure-all. Massive action is the cure-all. See, when people say, oh, I don't like how things are, change it. I don't like my body, change it. I don't like my relationship, change it. I don't like the way I feel, change it. Is there a way to change? Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Give me a shout out, yes or no? But in order to change it, you got to get yourself in the right, what, my friends? State. You got to change your physiology. You got to change your breath. You got to change your voice. You got to make that change. If you just try to take massive action in a low state, it won't happen. So you got to do something like I do every morning. Like, I wake up some mornings, it's rough. I've traveled, I'm exhausted, I've had no sleep 2 or 3 hours, and I got to get up and do 12 hours on stage. So what do? First thing, boom, go on the cold plunge. Now, if there isn't a cold plunge because I'm traveling, then I do this freezing shower. Sometimes I'll even go and get ice and put in the bath because I'll just drop in to make this radical change. Or I'll go on a short run, but I'll do a sprint at the end where I push myself harder than I can imagine. Or I go lift some weights and I just push hard, not easy stuff, not like 100 little movements, just a few strong where you really engage your mind and your body to push through. Because when you do that, just like the jumping in the water where I don't negotiate, it's like when I say go, we go. I don't go, well, wait till I feel warmer, wait a moment till I'm ready. It's like, boom, I say go, we go. I've trained my mind. Again, it's not intellectual understanding. It's training. That's why I do these events. That's why we're doing what we're doing even right now. But you want to do it immersion-wise. You got to do it over and over again till it's there. But once it's there, once you're trained to take action, you're going to get momentum. Because a lot of people say, but what if I take the wrong action? What if I'm going the wrong direction? What if there's a fork in the road and I take the wrong direction? Well, better take the wrong direction and go full tilt because you'll find out it's not working and you can change it. But if you sit there at the crossroads going, I don't know what to do, I don't want to make a mistake, then you've already made the biggest mistake of all. So one of the most important principles that absolutely changed my life, I just came across it myself. I didn't read it somewhere. I just started to realize early in my life, like when I was 19, and I just started to really grow. I started to conquer some of my patterns. I'd started to get clear what I wanted, where I am, and I started figuring out what the obstacles were and annihilating them. And I started having better language because I was doing incantations, right? Everything was getting momentum. And so now I started to get myself taking action, but I developed a specific principle for action. Just like Jim Rohn's principle that says if you can't do it, then you must. By the way, how many buy that theory that if all you did was say, if I can't, I must, it would change your life? Absolutely changed my life. But I combine that with I am never leaving the site of a decision. I'm never leaving the site of setting a goal or making a decision without doing something in that moment that guarantees I have to follow through later on. Because how many of you have done this? How many of you have had good intentions? Like you got excited about something and you said, I'm going to make this happen. And you didn't follow through in that moment because you're busy, right? You're going to make it happen. And you went on to the next thing and handled other stuff. And then a month later, 2 months later, you're out of state. When you made that decision, you were in a peak state, but now you're out of state, and now all the obstacles show up when you're low energy, and you got all the other things to do, and you didn't follow through. Who's had a thing where you really said you were committed, and then you got caught up in other bullshit and didn't follow through? Who's done this? Make some noise if you've done it. Who'd like to make that never happen again as long as you live? Say aye. Say aye. Then here's the principle. Don't ever again, from this day forward, when you're learning something that's valuable, when you're making a decision of something you're going to do, when you set a goal, in that moment, or you say, I'm going to do something, in that moment, you got to do something that commits you to follow through later on when you're not in state. So you got to make the phone call and book something, or you got to roll in the class, or you got to hire the coach, or you got to go schedule the lunch where you're going to say, it's over, we got to end this, or I got to let you go, or what. The tough things. While you're in state, you got to schedule and you got to send the email. You got to act on it, because if you act on it while you're in state and you commit to something and you do something that commits you later on, you'll keep the momentum. And you know from sports, you can see a team that's dominating. They have all the momentum, and then somebody steals the ball, it goes the other way, and the whole game changes because the momentum changes. Momentum comes from massive action. And by the way, if you try something, and it doesn't work, what should you do? Try something else. That doesn't work. Try something else. Just keep taking massive action, because if you keep changing, you'll find the way. Now, you can speed this up by modeling people that already have results. Remember, success leaves clues. So if I see somebody who's lost 45 pounds and kept it off for 10 years, they're doing something different. Maybe I ought to see what those actions are and model those, copy some of those. Right? If I see somebody's got a great relationship and they're not just hanging out, they're in love and they're passionate 20 years later, they're doing something different. So that can give you a kind of a pathway to power of where the action can go. But let me give you an example real quick. I remember when my daughter Jolie, I have 5 kids now, 5 kids and 5 grandkids. It's pretty amazing. And Jolie today is 48. My youngest daughter now is 9 months. It's pretty wild. But the bottom line is Jolie at the time was in college, and I think she was just turning 20 or 21. And so she was doing really great in college, and her dream was to be a dancer on Broadway. And so she was going to the school outside of LA, and so she came home. We lived in San Diego for the holidays, for Christmas holiday. And I sat down with her one day, and I said, honey, I just want to ask you a question. I said, how are you doing on your dream? And she looked at me and said, well, what do you mean, Dad? I said, you know what I mean? How you doing your dream to become a professional dancer on Broadway? And she goes, well, I've won this competition. I won 4 of these dance competitions in a row. And I said, honey, that's what I'm worried about. She goes, what's that? I said, you're dancing in competition against people you're so much better than, you're not being forced to grow. I said, plus, you're dancing here in LA. And I said, you want to be on Broadway, and it's a completely different culture, different people you got to know, and most importantly, different opportunities and a whole different level of skill for dancers in New York on Broadway than there is here in LA. And she goes, well, what are you saying? I'm saying I think you should leave school, and I think you should move to New York, and I think you should work with the very best. I said, I'll help you out by helping you get a place for the first 6 months, but you're not going to be someone who sits on their butt. You're going to have to earn it, and then I'll pay for some of your coaching, but you're going to have to pay for yourself. But you need to get in the environment and compete, because I think you're a great dancer, but I'm your dad, so I'm biased. But the reason I'm telling you that, honey, is there's a timeline on a dancer. I said, she goes, well, you said to go to college. I said, I was wrong. Not wrong about college, just maybe on the timing, because there's a time limit. I said, honey, I said, look at me. I said, I know you think I'm a genius, and of course I am. I'm your father, right? Right? And I said, but I know, well, you've made comments like, Dad, you're so smart. You want to know what my greatest smarts are? What's made me smart? I made one commitment when I was 17 years old to myself. And that was, if there's an opportunity, I don't care if I don't have the money, I don't have the time, I don't have the energy, I don't think I can do it, but the opportunity is in my face, there's a reason it's there, and I will not let it pass. I will grab that opportunity by the hair and act on it, even if I'm afraid, even if I don't know how. And because I've done that for decades, not all those opportunities were perfect, but because I went after every one, I found the right ones, and that's why I'm here. Because I take massive action, because I don't leave the sight of seeing an opportunity. I don't let it go by and let some excuse of I don't have time, I don't have the money, I don't know the right people, I don't know how to about it. I don't. I can't do it, therefore I must. And I do it. I said, I know you've seen me do that. She goes, wow, like, when are you suggesting I do this? I said, when would now be a good time? And she said, now? You mean like right now, like in the middle of the semester? I said, yes. She goes, wow. I said, how are you going to be any closer to your dream of being a Broadway dancer 6 months from now if you stay in school? She goes, wow. She goes, that's a lot to think about. I said, no, it's not a lot to think about. It's something to grab a hold of and do. She goes, well, do you mind if I talk to someone else about this, like a professional? I said, sure, people pay me $1 million a year for me to coach them, but you should ask somebody else. She goes, no, Dad, I don't mean that. You always say, go to someone who's the best in the field. I said, who are you thinking of? And she said, well, what about Jay Maloney? It's a friend of ours who was an agent at CAA, one of the biggest agencies in LA. I said, that's brilliant. I said, you should call Jay and see what he says. She goes, okay. I said, when would now be a good time to call him? She goes, right now. I said, why not? You're in state right now. This is what I got to get you to do. She goes, okay. So she leaves the call. I quickly call Jay as soon as she leaves the room. He's a good friend. And thank God he answered the phone. And I said, Jay, it's Tone. Listen, I'm going to talk really fast. I said, I just met with my daughter, Jolie. You know Jolie, right? He said, yeah. He goes, I said, you know, she wants to be a dancer on Broadway. She's been going to school. She's doing good. She's competing against people she's best as, better than. I think she's going to New York, work, learn from the best, compete with the best, and see if she can do it. Am I wrong? Am I right? If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. He goes, no, Tony. Dancing in L.A. is a very different thing. If she's talking about Broadway, that's a different universe. She's got to get in the environment. And proximity. She needs proximity, the very thing you teach. I said, well, then tell her that. It's a true story. She comes back and says, his line's busy. It's a true story. I'm not making this up, right? I said, well, you're going to give up that easy? Call him again. So she calls him in. She's gone for about an hour and 15 minutes. She comes back. She goes, I just talked to him for like 45 minutes or an hour, and he was so helpful. And I said, well, what did he say? He said, well, you're right. You know, that LA is not the place. If I want to be there, I got to be in the environment. I got to compete. I said, well, Father knows best, huh? Right? And so that day, she committed. And I took my little daughter. I grew up in the streets in a really tough environment, no food. My daughter grew up in the Del Mar Castle in Del Mar, California, overlooking the Pacific Ocean, like beach girl. And I fly her to New York and get her a crappy apartment deliberately. Safe environment as it could be, but still a crappy apartment. And said, look, you know, you're going to have to earn your way. I'm going to pay for your lessons. You got to go for it. And let's see what you can do. I said, I think you can make it. I think you got the talent, but I can't judge. I'm your dad. I don't want to lie to you. You're going to know by competing. And it was one of the coldest winters that New York had in 15 years. And my little beach girl had to really get tough. And she went for it. And then, I don't know, I think it was about 5 months later, I'm coming to New York. So I called Julie and said, I'm coming to New York. Love to see you. And she goes, oh, Dad, can't wait to see you. And she goes, yeah, a lot of good things are happening. I'll catch you up. And I get to the airport, and there's a car for me. And I thought I'd arranged it, but it was for my daughter. I was like, wow, I wonder how she afforded this, right? I get in the car, and the man said, yes, I'm taking you to see your daughter. And then he took us the route that's towards her apartment, and then he passed the area where you normally should turn right. And I was like, I think we're supposed to turn right there. He goes, no, she's meeting you somewhere else. True story. He drives me down to Broadway. We get outside this big theater where one of the top plays at that time was called Tommy. It was the one by Elton John. And there's my daughter's name on the top 5 months from the day that she went to New York City. Give it up for Jolie, ladies and gentlemen. would like to take full credit for my daughter's success, but she did it all. But what I did do is get her to take action when she was scared. Because if she'd not got herself in the environment, if she'd not acted, then she'd go right back to school and she'd be caught up in the same thing. Most of us get caught up in our old pattern. You need something that's going to rocket you out of that, transform it, move it. That's the changing, that's the conditioning, and that's the moving forward with massive action. Last step, number 5, and then I got a really fun gift for you. Number 5 is if you really want to have an extraordinary life, if you want life on your terms, you want the greatest quality of life at all, let's review. You got to know what you really want. You got to know where you really are. You got to come up with what you think can make that happen. But then you got to annihilate and destroy the limiting beliefs and emotions. Then you got to be sure to get rid of the language that doesn't support, make sure the language moves you forward. Then you got to take massive action and keep learning by it, hopefully model some others. Finally, step 5, give much more than you ever dream of receiving. I know that sounds crazy to some people, but if you constantly give, especially when it's hard, you will build a different set of muscles in your heart and your spirit, your soul, and you will feel different about every aspect of your life. When things are going really rough, the most powerful thing you can do is go help somebody who's worse off than yourself, because there's always somebody like that. That's why I started feeding families, because I had no money for food when I was 11, and somebody fed our family. So now I get to feed 100 million meals a year, 1 billion meals over these periods, this 8-year, 9-year period of time. That's pretty amazing. But it started, somebody fed my family, and I knew what it meant. It didn't just mean food, it meant strangers' care. And so giving when it's hard, giving when it's uncomfortable, that's what changes us. That's what gets us out of scarcity. And I'll tell you the 2 ways this happened for me. I went to work for this man, Jim Rohn, the person I told you about, the personal development speaker. I was 17 years old. I went and got a loan for a 1968 Volkswagen Baja Bug, this little tiny Volkswagen. I got, a suit at the thrift store. It cost me $50. In those days, it's like that's what people wore. It was like a leisure suit, right? And a fake gold chain, because I had no money. I slept in my car because I had no place to live initially, in this old trench coat I got from the thrift store also. And then I started to figure out, I got to change my life. And so I finally went to work for Jim Rohn. And in the very beginning, it really took off. Like a lot of things that I knew, it took off because I believed so much. I was so passionate. And I remember I would go out and talk to people, and, I convinced everybody literally to go do this because I did it. I went to the banks. I didn't have $1,200. Think $10,000. That's what the equivalent would be today from 1977. So imagine I get $10,000, you're 17. It's like, it's not working. And I remember I went and knocked on all these banks and nobody responded. And I got really good at knowing they're going to say no, like when they saw me, right? And I remember I walked in this one bank. First time I changed my physiology. I didn't even know what I was doing. I was just like, I'm not leaving without this, because the deadline was coming to go to Jim Rohn's weekend seminar. That's what I needed the money for. I needed to go to this 2.5-day seminar that was everything you knew about time management, finance, your body, your emotions. And I was like, I got to be there. I got to learn this thing. And I'd scraped together his 3-hour seminar, his initial seminar. There was $35, and I was making $40 a week as a janitor. And I spent that, went there, and I got on fire. And I realized I'll never have the money. I'll never have the freedom if I don't change me, if I don't develop the skills, if I don't make the shift. So I'm going to come up with 10 grand, $1,200, same thing. It's like, I'm going to go to banks. No. So finally, I get outside the Bank of America in a place called West Covina, California. And I'm getting myself in state. I don't know what state was, but in state, I'm going to go in there. And I look for somebody who looked nice and persuadable. And there's this beautiful woman that had really, smiley eyes. And so I walked right up to her table, and those guys had one gear, right? Total intensity. And I walked up and I said, shook her hand real vigorously. And I said, my name is Tony Robbins. I'm here today to share with you that I'm here to borrow $1,200, not to fix a car, not to go on a vacation. I want this so I can attend a seminar. And she looked at me and said, a seminar? Like, what do you mean? I said, well, I'm going to this man. He's got, 25 years of business experience, and he's going to share with me what he learned. And I'm going to save 25 years. And I'm going to learn it not just for me. I'm going to learn it. I'm going to help. In those days, I didn't think millions. I thought, I'm going to help hundreds of thousands of people in my lifetime. And she looked at me and she goes, well, you have a lot of enthusiasm. Sit down. And she starts reading my form here, right? And sure enough, she looks down and she says, oh, wait a second. My address. Because Remember, I'm sleeping in my car, and I used to park at Denny's or behind the 24-hour 7-Eleven, and I made a deal with a mailman that at noon when he delivered, I'd be there. I explained my situation. The man was super nice, and I'd get my mail there. I didn't have a permanent address yet. So I put down, and Citrus Avenue is a giant street that goes through like 5 cities in the San Gabriel Valley where I lived, but it's a commercial street. And she looked at the address and she goes, I didn't know there were apartments on Citrus Avenue. And I said, well, I kind of have a mobile home. and then she looked at my age, and it was 17. She goes, well, you're not even legal to sign a contract. I said, well, how old do you have to be? She said, 18. Oh, I said, I have a birthday coming. She said, when? I said, real soon. I said, how soon do I have to be 18? And it was just 2 weeks away. She goes, I think we could probably work that out. But she goes, you know, if I can be nice, Mr. Robbins, you don't have the credit. I just don't see how you can do this. And I said, and she goes, and tell me again where you live. So I told her the whole truth. I told her the whole story. I told her to sleep in my car. I told her what had happened. My dad getting kicked out. I'm kicked out, but I'm going to do this thing, go to the seminar. And her eyes got bigger and bigger. And so she says, okay, so you're saying to me you want the bank to loan you $1,200 and then we can send your bills to the 7-Eleven and you'll pick them up at noon? Anyway, long story short, she said, I just don't think the bank's going to do this. And I said, no, you don't understand. And I just got so passionate, tense, and I'm going to do this, do that. She goes, listen, with all this intensity, I see in your eyes sincerity. I believe you're going to do something. I don't know if the bank will do this. But she said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go pitch it for you. And if you look me in the eyes and you swear to me I'm never going to have to go looking for you, she goes, I'll loan you the money or I'll find a way to co-sign if you swear I'm not going to look for you. And I started to cry, and I reached over. This poor woman, probably never been hugged by a monster like me before, right? It's like Mrs. Williams is her name. And I told people, I said, I'm always going to tell this story of how you gave me my start, which I have. She died many years ago. She got the bank to loan me the money. She co-signed. I took $1,200, I think $10,000, and I went to this 2.5-day program with Jim Rohn, and I didn't have enough money to even stay in a hotel. And I met this guy at that time named Mike Keys. He's still my friend today, 42 years later. Just talked to him the other day. He was in pretty rough shape too. But he had enough money for a hotel room, and so we hit it off, and he goes, why don't you stay in my room? So I didn't have to sleep in there. But he and I were, you know, like a lot of people there, it was easy. They could write a check for $10,000 or $1,200. It was nothing. But for us, it was everything. So it's like, I took notes like you can't imagine. Like, what do you say, the? I wrote down the. It's just like, at one point, I figured every word was worth like 3 cents, right? I'm not missing a word, right? I didn't go to the bathroom. I was there. But, you know, Jim Rohn passed away some time ago. I spoke at his funeral. He was a beautiful soul. And I worked for him for many years, but he would start his seminars for more than a decade the same way. Everything Jim Rohn was the same. He dropped the chalk at the same moment, turned to the same. It was all programmed. He was just really elegant man. And he started seminars saying, you know, I want to do a good job today because you never know who's in your audience. He goes, you know, 20 years ago, sitting right here in this round table right in front of me was this young man named Tony Robbins. And he would tell the story about how now people tell him about me and what a beautiful thing it was that came from that, right? It's just pretty beautiful. So I tell you the story, though, because it looked like it was straight up, but nothing's straight up, right? Like you get corrections and then you got to do it again. And so I did really well for a while. And then I got this, have you ever gotten in a rut where you're doing the right things, but it doesn't seem to be working? Who's been in that place where it feels so frustrating, like nothing's working, you're working your tail off? And I'll tell you the night that changed my life. I 2 nights. First one, I'm driving home on this freeway called the 57 freeway about midnight. And I am working for Jim Rohn, and I'm trying to be in a great state representing this positive man. And some of the people that bought from me, because I convinced the bank to loan me money, I said, oh, bank will loan you money, do it. And they wrote checks and they bounced. So the company thought I was cheating or something. So they kept my commission. So I was eating spaghetti with ketchup I got at McDonald's as the sauce. Literally. I was dead broke. I'm driving this old Volkswagen. It's rattle trap in the middle of the night, midnight. I worked my guts, and I was on the verge of tears. I'm like, why, God? Why? Why? I'm working so hard. I'm trying to help everybody. You know, why isn't this working? And then, boom, like a lightning bolt. It hit me, and I literally pulled off on the freeway at midnight, off to the edge. And I used to keep these hardbound journals, like 8.5 by 11 hardbound journals. And I grabbed the journal, And I wrote one large phrase. I still have the journal. I still have the page today. I'm about to be 62. I wrote it at 17. And it said on it, "The secret to living is giving." It was 19 when I did it. And I just sat there and I just cried and cried and cried. You know why I was crying? Because I realized I forgot why I was doing this. I got so into working so hard that I started focusing on why I getting, and I stopped focusing on how to give, and I was always a giver, and so it just felt like I wasn't me. So I took that moment and I really shifted. And over the next few months, I really started to do well again. But then, in business, there's always lessons, just like a relationship, just like losing weight, right? There's always lessons, right? You make progress and you hit a little barrier and you got to find your way through. And I hit another barrier. And I found myself, I moved out this place in Venice, California, a little 400 square foot bachelor apartment. And I was broke again. And I was sad and frustrated and depressed. And, I didn't have the distinctions. I didn't know not to use depression. I didn't know the things I know today. And I felt sorry for myself. And so I started just watching TV to distract myself. And I started watching these old, they weren't old then, these soap operas. But I used to make fun of people if they watched them. I watched General Hospital, right? Luke and Laura. Anybody from America old enough to remember that shit? Oh, a few of you remember that. Scorpio. I was there for the wedding. It was just... And I didn't use drugs because the people I grew up with used drugs and they were pretty physically abusive. So I used food like a drug. I just ate and ate and ate. And I gained 38 pounds in about 7 or 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. I don't know what the exact time. It was less than 8 weeks. You got to stuff a lot of food and not move very much to pull that off, which I did. And then I hit this just rock bottom place. And I think it was like $26 or $27 literally to my name. I had not paid my electric bill. I wasn't be able to pay my rent. And I was scared. But I was also so depressed. My energy was so low. I wasn't solution oriented. So finally I was like, I need to be really smart and creative here. So I got to take this money and I got to be so selective with it because I got to get food. And so I thought, I'm going to go to all you can eat salad bar. And I was like, no, I'm going to get the heck out of Venice, which at that time, Venice is a nicer place now, but well, sort of, depends on where you go in Venice. But then it was a really rundown, horrific place. But the city next to it's called Marina del Rey. You may have heard of it in LA. It's where all the yachts are, so it couldn't be more contrast. And they're like, 2.5, 3 miles from each other. And there was a place called El Chorrito, a restaurant there, they had an all-you-could-eat salad and taco bar. And it was like, I don't know, it was like $5.95 or something, like $6. So I was like, okay, I got like 26. Okay, so I didn't drive my car there because parking was $3. So I was like, okay, I'll walk there. It wasn't that far, like 2.5 miles, maybe 3. And I went there thinking, I'm going to load up for the winter. I'm going to eat as much carbs as I can. I'm going to load up so I can make it through the next few days. But I want to look out at the water and see how other people live. I want to see the yachts. And instead of like feeling sorry for myself, think these people found a way. I could find a way. And so I remember I got to the place, and the guy's, where's your car? I said, I was walking distance. He opens the door, and I go in, and I loaded up. My food was this high, tacos, all this stuff, and I ate like a fiend, like a crazy person. And as I'm finishing up, my seat was sitting looking out to the window, all these beautiful boats and people in this great lifestyle. And then also on the left, I could see the front door. I wasn't looking for that, but the front door opened and this magnificently beautiful woman walked in. I could not miss it. I was a single man. And I was waiting to see is a man with her, as if I'm the kind of caliber guy that could get her, right? At that time, that was not going to happen. But I watched, and a man did walk in. He was a very short man, a very young man. He was about 3 feet tall. It was her son. And but what's so cool was he was wearing a 3-piece suit, like with a little vest, and he held the door open for his mom. And then he came over and I watched him pull out the chair for her and let her sit down and put it in. And then he sat down, and when he was talking to his mom, he was just so present with her. And I was moved by it. I don't know, maybe something about my own mom. I don't know what it was, but I was deeply moved. And so I finished my meal and I got up and, got ready to pay the bill and finally paid it. And, whatever, it was $5.95. So I don't know what I had left, $19 and some change probably, a little less than $20 probably. And I had no plan. And I'm about to walk out the door and I see this kid's face again sitting across, and I didn't even look at his mom. I just went up to him and I said, I just want to introduce myself. I said, my name's Tony. He goes, I'm Charlie. I said, Charlie, I said, you are a class act. I just wanted to compliment you. I saw how you held that door open for your lady here. I saw how you held the chair out for it, how you're just right here with her, taking her to lunch. I said, that's magnificent. He goes, well, she's my mom. And I said, that's even more beautiful. I said, that's even more classy. He goes, well, I can't take her to lunch because they don't have a job yet. He was like, I think he was in the 3rd grade. He was like 7 or 8 years old, right? I think he was 8. And he said, I don't have a job yet. I can't take her to lunch. And then in that moment, I had no plan. I said, yes, you are taking her to lunch. And I reached in my pocket and I took every penny I had, all the dollar bills, all the change, and boom, I dumped it right in front of him on the table there. And I didn't look at his mom. I wasn't doing it for that reason. And his eyes got bigger than garbage can covers. And he's like, I can't take that. I said, sure you can. He said, how come? I said, because I'm bigger than you are. And then he started laughing. And I said, you're a class act. Take good care. And I never looked back. I walked out that door. I didn't walk out that door. I felt like I was flying out the door. And then I realized there's no car. I'm like looking for the ticket, realizing I have no car. So I looked like this crazy white guy skipping through down the street for 2.5, 3 hours. But I want you to get this. I was euphoric. I had no fear. I should have been, holy shit, Tony, what the hell you just did? You have no money for food. You have no money coming in. What are you going to do? I had none of that. I felt this feeling of joy, just pure joy. There was no fear. And I got home and, there's no food, but I was pretty stuffed, so that wasn't a big deal. But I didn't think about, what am I going to do tomorrow? I woke up the next morning and, I started saying, well, I got to figure out what to do. But for some reason, there wasn't that fear, you know what I mean? That feeling like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do. There was none of that. It was just like, I got to figure out what to do. And then at noon, in those days, there was no email. We had the snail mail. The mailman came by. And of course, I always wanted to avoid him because all I was getting were bills I couldn't pay. And I go, bill. And I was starting to feel a little down. And then there was this personal letter. And I opened it up, I read the letter, and I just started crying my eyes out because the letter was from a young man that I had loaned about $1,100 to when he needed it desperately. He was not, I'd say a young man, he was my age. And I didn't have a lot of money, but I just felt for him. He needed it, so I loaned it to him. And it had been 2 years, and he was supposed to pay it back in, 3 or 4 months. And I had called him day after day, week after week, because I needed the money so bad, and he didn't even return my calls. And then I'm reading this letter, and it says, I'm so sorry, Tony. You helped me when I needed it most, and I have ignored you because I'm embarrassed. But he said, I've put the money together, and here's a check with interest, and gave me a check for $1,200. I'm looking at this check. In those days, $1,200, I could live a month on $1,200. And so this feeling of joy and then these tears, this just uncontrollable tears pouring out of me, but they weren't tears of pain. They were tears of grace. Just feeling like, why did this happen right now when I needed it most? And I don't know the real reason why, but the good thing about human beings, we get to choose the meaning. And I just thought, this happened because I did what was right. I didn't do that thing for this little boy because I wanted the attention of his mom. I didn't do it for stars on my chart. I didn't do it for acknowledgement. I just did it because I knew it was right. And I hesitated, no hesitation. I didn't think about my needs. When I had nothing left, I gave it all. And the next day, it comes back. God only know how many fold, $1,200 fold versus $19. And I can tell you, the joy that I felt, I can feel it again right now like I was there. It's that seared into my memory. And I can tell you, there's never been a day. I faced unbelievably difficult times, and I had companies in the early days where it looked like it would bankrupt, and they didn't. I found a way. But it was so scary, but I never went back to that place. I've never gone back to that place where most people live, scarcity. So I tell you this because most people want to give when it's easy. That won't make you grow. I hear people tell me, oh, it's wonderful, you're providing 100 million meals a year, but I mean, you're rich. I'll do that when I'm rich. Bullshit. I fed 2 families when I had no money. I did 4 and then 8. I've been doing this since I was 17. If you won't give a dime out of a dollar, you're not going to give a million out of 10 or 100 million out of a billion. There's no time to wait. If you really want your life to change, if you really want the breakthrough, find someone who needs it more and give. And I can promise you, you will receive at levels beyond anything you could ever imagine. Whatever you think your greatest dream is, the life you'll create if you'll be a giver it'll make your greatest dream look like a cartoon. And this week has been thinking about all of you out here and imagining you, and now getting to meet so many of you on Zoom and watch your forums, and it's been about giving to you. And I hope you've received. But I also hope with that receiving that you'll decide to give and to spread the word. I love you all.
Is now.
Stand up and create some energy.
Is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams.
1, 2, 3, go!
I'm starting to break out from your grave. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I will recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking. Is now.
Make a sound that makes you feel alive. Oh, yes.
The future.
High fives.
Future is now. Not backing down.
Grab a seat in a peak state. Wake it up in your chair. So we're not yet done because I got a really wonderful gift for you. And then after this gift, I want to come back and give you one last thing that you don't want to miss, so please stick with me. The last day, I don't want you to miss out. By the way, I hope you'll come join me at the UPW. I think by now you understand it's a mission for me. It isn't about getting you to do something business-wise. Overcome your fear. Come spend the 4 days with us if you can. We'd love to have you. But let me just give you one more gift here. Remember I said the difference in life is there's a gap usually between where we want to be and where we are. Who's got some of those right now in your body or your relationship or your business? So years ago, I started developing this close the gap process. And I want to introduce you to a dear friend. He's not even a friend. He's chosen family at this point. But I'm a little embarrassed. I know, have you ever done this? Have you ever prejudged somebody in your mind for whatever reason based on your past experiences and then felt embarrassed about after. Who's had this happen? Maybe somebody became your dear friend, right? About, I don't know, a decade and a half ago, a friend of mine called me up and said, you got to meet this guy. I know he wants to meet you. And it's like, I have no time. I'm like, everything I'm doing, I go, these companies and my family. I was like, well, have him come to the seminar as my guest. And then I'll, since he's a friend of yours, I'll meet him and we'll have a brief little lunch for like 20 minutes is what I said, right? And so I was willing to do it more for the other person because I didn't really want to meet this guy because, I grew up and one of the ways I initially reached people was I had these infomercials. Did anybody ever see these old infomercials that used to be out there, anything that I had, right? And I didn't want to be in infomercials, but I didn't have another vehicle to reach a large number of people. And so I did something that was real and it really caught on and did super well. And it helped me reach the President of the United States and, amazing Olympic athletes. And it opened the world for me to a great extent. But I hated being in infomercials because you were followed by spray-on hair and fake diamonds and all that stuff, right? And so you kind of get thrown in that category of being a salesman. And I was never a salesman. I'm somebody here that's like give my soul to try to serve people. But I just had a vehicle like Oprah's selling, but she doesn't see it. She's selling you drugs or deodorant or whatever. She makes money off of that. She gets that from the advertising or she wouldn't have a business. But in the infomercial business, it was direct. And so this guy was in the infomercial business. I used to hate when people would say, oh, Tony Robbins, that infomercial. I hated that. But it was a way to reach people, so I did. So this guy, I was no longer in the infomercial business. And this guy, he said, oh, he's practiced all your stuff. He's learned it. And he's in the infomercial business. So I was like, I had this negative connotation towards him before I met him. It's so stupid. The very thing I hated, I did in my head with him. But then I met Dean Graziosi. And we had this lunch. It's supposed to be 20 minutes. Yeah, some of you know him. Give up for Dean. And Dean, we're supposed to have a 20-minute lunch. We ended up having an hour and a half. I even made the seminar go late because I could pitch and catch with him because it's like I was so wrong about him. Like he knows how to, move people to action. I do too. And, we have such a weird thing in our culture. If you own your own business, one of the reasons a lot of people don't succeed is they're afraid to sell. But because most of us think of selling as like a person with total integrity, somebody who's really looking out for your interests. No, right? It's a white shoot salesman who's a scumbag who's just trying to get me to do something, right? And so we all have those anchors, used card salesmen. And yet everything in the world only moves because it's sold. The carpet you're standing on was sold. The building was sold. The materials of the building were sold. I mean, the economy stops if you don't become a persuader. So I hope if you own your own business, you become the best persuader on your team because if you believe in what you're doing, you have an obligation to deliver it for people. But this guy, Dean, after an hour and a half, I was like, this guy cares as much as I do. I mean, this guy, his level of follow-up, he taught people how to buy real estate as investment in leverage ways. And I was completely impressed. So we became good friends. And for, about a decade, we just were great buddies. And now a big part of this challenge came because Dean, he helped me to create this challenge, not the content of what we're delivering, but how to reach you guys and how to bring us all together, how to get 800,000 people. Do you realize we got almost 1 million people together from 195 countries? And this is the guy who did it. So he's going to show you how to close the gap. He's going to take you through this little process of closing the gap real quick. And then I'm going to come back. So don't leave, because it's not done yet. I want to give you one final thing at the end here that you're going to be very glad you stuck around for. And we'll finish up together this beautiful, beautiful 5 days. So will you do me the favor and yourself the favor of taking in the gift? Let's welcome Dean Graziosi, ladies and gentlemen. There he is.
What's up, brother?
Love you, brother.
Love you too, Tony. All right. Hey, everybody. Good to see you, Karen and Candace. I get to see a whole bunch of you. Hey, listen, I know that you've given so much love in the chat. I've just been sitting here for the last 2 hours, but can we give some more love for Tone? I know he's watching the chat. 5 days of his life for you. He practiced, rehearsed for a month, even though he could do this in his sleep, to over-deliver in a huge way. His vulnerability and his love is unbelievable. So let's give it up for Tone in the chat. All right, I'm going to spend, thanks, brother, I love you. First off, congratulations for playing Full Out. There are so many people who talk about wanting more, think about wanting more, complain they don't have more, but not. You're here on a Saturday, tens of thousands of you playing Full Out. And if you think this is Full Out, those of you who already are going to UPW, that's a whole nother level. Can't wait. And one more thing I got to say. Picture this, 25 years ago, I got to tell the story. I wanted more, just like so many of you. You know what? You know why I love this and I love this energy? I've just sat here, watched this whole thing like I've never seen it before. Because 25 years ago, I was like some of you here. I just got introduced to Tony Robbins. In the back of my head, I'm like, God, can this really shift my life? And my life got completely transformed because of Tony. And I remember writing in my journal, someday I want to meet him and say thank you. And I feel blessed. He told you the story of us meeting. And one thing I want to say about Tone, I saw your beautiful comments about vulnerable, speaking God's words, all these incredible things. But I want to tell you, there's an old saying, sometimes you got to watch when you meet your heroes because you envision them one way. And then you meet him and it's like, wah, wah, wah. And I want to tell you behind the scenes, Tony's more of the man than you think he is. He donates more, does more, cares more, serves more than you could ever imagine. So I love you, brother. I know you're watching. Thank you for all you do. I also want to tell you this. I've also been the guy that was the first time when my family told me I was nuts for buying a course and spending money. And those shifts transformed my life. I left Tony a message this morning. We speak every day that I said, thank you for inviting me today, but truly 25 years ago, if I didn't meet you, I wouldn't be the man I am, the husband I am, the father I am, the leader I am. So I'm beyond grateful. But I got to tell you one quick story. And then what I want to do today is I want to share an exercise that I probably learned through all the training from Tony, his gap training. And I kind of made a simple process that I love to go through. I do it at least 4 times a year. And I want you to hear this. This isn't hyperbole. It is truly the number one process I do that has probably created more success in my life than any other one thing I do. So I can't wait to share that with you. But before I wanted to say this about the first time I went to UPW. Here's what I want you to understand. Most of the time you go to an event like that thinking you know what you want. So Tony told you the story. I get to meet Tony. He said, come to the event. I had a million things going on. I'm like, screw it. I canceled my plans and I'm going to my first UPW. Prior to that, it was just every course Tony had done. So I show up at UPW and I'm like, I'll get a competitive edge. Business was everything in my mind at the time. I wanted to go faster, quicker, stronger. And I went there to get a competitive edge for business. And you do, unlike anything you could ever imagine. But imagine me, I'm in this space, I get to meet Tony, who was my hero at this time. I go to the event, and this is the part I want you to understand. Those of you who already got a ticket, congratulations. Those of you who get a ticket, congratulations. You go thinking you know what you want, and in my experience, you leave with exactly what you need. I have to tell you my story. I go there looking to, bond with Tony that I've idolized, that now he's going to be a dear friend, and I'm at his event, and I want business strategy, which you get, maybe relationship. And Tony goes through a process. Now, you've heard Tony say, life happens for you, not to you. Today, it's a word. When you're immersed in an event where you're 10, 12 hours of transformation, not inspiration, transformation, it's way deeper. It goes from your head to your soul. And Tony goes through a process and he did an intervention. And in a moment, he shifted me with something it's even hard to talk about that I didn't know was coming. We all have our story, not poor me, but my dad was the youngest of 12, physically abused, sexually abused, went through a lot as a child. And as a parent, he was a good dad, never hit us, but he had a lot of torture in his life. He had a lot of anger in his life. By the time I was 11 years old, I had a bleeding ulcer because my dad was so violent and would fight with everybody and get arrested for crazy stuff, and lots of stuff went on. And I forgave him most of the way, but I didn't realize until that very moment that Tony was going through a process that I was still holding on to a lot. Anybody here think they forgave, you're close, but you know you're holding on to something in your life? And there was a moment when Tony goes through this process and he said, if you're going to blame your father, whoever it is, you're going to blame your dad for all the things they did wrong, you better sure blame them for all that went right. I have goosebumps sharing that because in the moment I realized I'm an amazing dad because my dad was a little off. I'm in love with the woman of my dreams. My wife is my everything. I have true love. I don't have an Instagram love. She's my everything. I love being a father. I love being a leader. I love being a dear friend. My dad struggled financially. I'm blessed to own 15 companies, have more success than I ever imagined possible. I realized in that very moment that God gave me this path. I went through those tough times. I struggled. I moved in with my dad when everybody wanted to leave him, and I became a different man because of my father. And in that moment, I forgave my dad completely. And I went there for business. I got way more than business. I realized that I was carrying around 1,000-pound weight for 35, 40 years of my life, and it was gone. And everything exponentially grew. I'm a better father, husband, friend, leader, all of it. And that's what, it's so hard to express. You can't explain what Unleash the Power Within is. If you haven't been there, there's no way we could explain. What you saw the last 5 days is a glimpse. If you've been, you probably know you need to go back. I've been 12 times. I'll be there in March. It's number 13 for me. So I wanted to share that with you. Sometimes you think you know what you want, and that man knows how to deliver you what you need. All right. So you guys, who's all in on learning what I'm sharing right now and making sure this is not the end of your journey, this is the beginning? Give me an I'm all in if you're ready for this to be the beginning of your journey. The best way you could thank Tony is truly transform, to re-engineer, to live into your full potential. That's what that man is obsessed on. So I'm going to go through this exercise. Mike, follow me to the board. Again, Tony goes through this in his own way, and at UPW goes deeper, stronger, but I built this hack, this training that I go through 4 times a year, and I'm not kidding you, nothing has transformed me more than this, so let's go. All right, so if we're going to talk about a gap, I'd love for you to watch this, take notes like crazy, and then do it on your own. But we start off with where we are, right? So I don't have fancy slides, but where are you? Where are you? Okay? That's pretty obvious. But here's something I love to talk about is where are you, to me, means all change starts with being honest. If everything was absolutely perfect in your life, if you had the intimacy you wanted, the connection you wanted, the love you wanted, the friendship, the income, the career you wanted, you'd be doing something else today. It's a Saturday. Some of you are up in the middle of the night. You wouldn't be here. You're here because something isn't exactly where it needs to be. I don't know if you feel like an imposter. You've been wanting to do this thing, step out on your own, do your own business, do your own thing, get the career raise, but you feel a little bit like an imposter. Or maybe you're dying to do something, but someone in your life thinks you're crazy or you're a dreamer. I don't know if you're a mom of 3 and you've went from a woman who was empowered and knew yourself to now you feel like you're a mom, a wife, a friend, a coworker, and you forgot who you were. I don't know if it's time to get your health back, start the business, scale the business. I don't know where you are, but I do know this. All change starts with being honest with yourself. You see, I meet so many people that say, I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Of course you're blessed. Of course we should be grateful. 150,000 people die every day. Google it. We should be blessed that we're here, that we're breathing and able to fight another day. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't live into our full potential. Dale Carnegie said it the best. It's a quote I remember since the day I read it 12 years ago. The biggest plight of the human race is knowing you have more potential, but you're not utilizing it. Who in here knows you have more to give the world, more to serve, more to impact, more to make, more revenue to create, so you could give it all away if you want? Who loves when Tony talks about a story of feeding hundreds of millions of people or helping people from slavery or building schools? I've been blessed to model that, man, and I get to do those things. People say, making money doesn't make you happy. I say, you haven't given enough away yet. So my whole point is you're here for a reason. And here's a word I love, and you should put this in the chat. I love the thought of being disturbed by my own inaction. When you write down here what you should, where are you? I feel like an imposter. I want to be my own man. I want my own business. I want to feel like the woman I used to be, empowered, lose the weight, find intimacy, get my connection back. If you're really honest with yourself, then we must get disturbed with just sitting and knowing it. So if we know where we are with complete honesty, it's like GPS. To get to a destination, you need a starting point, right? So if you know where you are, because we want our life to grow, where do you want to go? Tony talks about this as well. This is my version, right? Where is it that you want to go? You know, here's what I know. Most people go through life avoiding what they don't want. Can we all agree? I've watched Tony do this exercise on stage. Ask somebody on stage, what don't you want out of life? And they will ramble it off faster like they wrote it 400 times. And then he could stop, change their state, and say, what do you want out of life? What's your compelling future? And people will go, oh, that's a good question. Right? How do we can't just drive down the back roads avoiding potholes and expect to get to our destination. Now, I know if you're watching Tony Robbins and you've been with Tony for 5 days, you're probably already dialing this in, but I got to tell you a quick story. A dear friend of mine, his name is Ethan Willis. He's an incredible man, father of 8. My wife and I can't handle 3. He's got 8 and he manages it so well. I get so much great parenting advice from this guy. He's a church leader, a business owner, great dude. So he tells me a story about taking the 17 to 20-year-old boys from his school with a whole bunch of dads away whitewater rafting. And he said they get there. Now, I don't know rafting. I've never done it. But I guess rapids go, you guys would know better than me. They go from 1 to 5. And it rained and it stormed and they were a 5. And he said, no way, we're not taking the kids. We're responsible for all them. And he said the guide came out, little salt and pepper hair, and he said, dads, chill. Boys, get in the raft. We're going to be fine. And he said, I was concerned. I said, what do you mean we're going to be fine? Can you tell me? He goes, hold on, Dad. Hey, kids, you see this finger? He said, this is the positive point. He said, when I first started, he goes, we'd get people on the raft and I'd go, hey, everybody, don't hit that down tree that fell. And he said, everybody would look towards the down tree and we'd run right in it and flip over. Or I'd say, there's a rock or there's some bad rapids. Wherever I pointed, everyone would go. And he said, it took me a little longer than it should, but finally I realized that we can't focus on the rocks or the rapids or the down tree. He said, the positive point, boys, is wherever I point, you just paddle your guts out to get there. I promise you'll be fine. And isn't that a reminder we need in life? We need to positively point to where it is we want to go. I know you've heard this before. I'm not creating anything new. I'm a reminder service today. Where are you pointing? Are you pointing at your husband who doesn't believe in you or thinks you're crazy, or the friends that you're afraid to post something on Instagram, or the imposter syndrome or the self-doubt? What are you focusing on because you're just getting more of it? So here's a little hack. Let's pretend it's a year from now. And we're all back here with Tony and we're celebrating, and you're celebrating the best year of your entire life. The best year of your life. What would have had to happen for you to have the best year? I'm not talking about setting goals and looking through the mess. Sometimes things are so crazy in our life, we're just happy to get through a day. Who's ever hit their pillow and go, oh, I made it, right? It's crazy sometimes. But let's pretend it's a year from now. You're looking back. What had to happen for you to feel that when you walk in a room, people look at you and go, damn, what's up with Courtney? What's up with Debbie? She's looking amazing. She's glowing. What did she do? A new boyfriend? New haircut? What is it? You know that feeling. What had to happen? What happened in your income? How much money are you making? Put it in the chat. What are you making on a monthly basis? Or how many lives are you impacting? Or how's the connection back in your relationship? Or the intimacy you crave? Or did you find the right person? Are your friends more connected? Do you feel more whole? Do you have less anxiety? Do you have certainty, even though the outside world is uncertain? Do you feel certain because you know that you're mastering the inner game? I don't know what the best year of your life looks like, but we must have a true north. We must have, why do they build light towers for boats? They need something to look at. You need to craft where it is you want to go. You need your compelling future because days get hard and we need something to look at. So if you start thinking, you did a little bit of this with Tony earlier, what is it that you want? Not what you want to avoid. We know that. We need the positive point. And if you write down the best year of your life and you start circling the best things in your heart, your soul, your passion, your intimacy, your income, your career, your love, your connection, your intimacy, all of a sudden we have something to sell ourselves on every day, because the biggest sales job you have to do is on you. Because you have media, you have friends, you have naysayers, you have internal self-doubt, you have imposter syndrome, all telling you that you should be happy with where you are. BS. We weren't made to stand still. You were designed. Don't you want to be the man or the woman that God designed you to be? The universe designed you to be. You know you have more. So if you know where you are with complete honesty, and you know where you want to go, that's your compelling future, as Tony calls it. What's in between here is a gap. There's a gap from here to here. Now, before we talk about filling the gap, this is the part that changes everything. And Tony talks about it deeply, is without an emotion attached to it, nothing happens. You could forget someone's name. You could forget what they do for a living, but you'll never forget the way they make you feel. So in between where it is you want to go, where you are and where you want to go, there's why. Why do you want it? Why do you want it? I got to tell you this story really quick. I hired a consultant named Joe Stump to help me impact more of my students well over a decade ago. Paid him $10,000 for half a day. A lot of money for a consultant, but he was really good at what he does. I said, I want my students to be more engaged. How do I get more results for them? And he said to me, did you ever do the 7 levels deep? I'm like, I don't know, but if it'll help them, give it to me. He said, I can't really give it to you. I got to take you through it. I said, okay. And I'm sitting around with my team members. Now, picture this. We're sitting outside my old house, conference table, outside, all together. And Joe says to me, so why would you give me 10 grand for half a day? And I remember I had an answer just like that out of my head. I said, because I want more of my students to be impacted and change their lives. He said, oh, that's great, Dean. So why do you want to impact more students and change their lives? And I remember saying something like, I want to step up the standards of this industry. Oh, that's great. Why do you want to step up the standards? And I remember I said, I want to leave a legacy, all this stuff coming out of my head. Now, I don't know what else I said, but I remember when I got to the 5th time he asked me that question, my physiology changed. It went from my head into my heart. It was almost like a kaplunk. And I said something I had never said before. On the 5th time, I said, I never want to go backwards. I never said that out loud, but I started feeling emotional. And I remember thinking I didn't have anything. My mom, I had hand-me-downs going to school. I lived in a trailer park. I didn't like getting made fun of. I didn't like watching my mom work 2 jobs to make nothing and come home late. And me and my sister used to make dinner when I was 5 and 7. We made dinner, did the laundry. Not poor me, but I don't want to go back there. So all of a sudden I'm feeling more empowered. I'm feeling more emotional. I'm like, okay, wow, that's my why. And he's like, no, that's only 5. Why don't you want to go backwards? And I said something else I had never said. I said, I want my children to have choices. Now, I don't want to raise more entitled people on this planet. We don't need any more of that. But I didn't feel like I had many choices as a kid. So I wanted my children to have these choices. And if you're a parent, you know how that hits your heart. Now I got waterworks. I'm crying hysterical. I'm like, it's for my kids. And I'm like, thank you for this. This was so amazing. And he said, yeah, I know, but that's only number 16. I got to ask you one more time. Why do you want your children to have choices? And I said something I'd never said out loud, something I still stick with this day. I remember it like it was yesterday. It's my true why. I said, I want to be in control of my life. Not a control freak. We all have our stories. I think I have a little more than Tony, but my mom was married 5 times. My dad 4. I moved 20 times by the time I was 19. I had a step-grandpa, Leo Rizzo. He was the greatest guy in the world, took me fishing and hunting. Come home from school, that relationship's over. It's over. You can never talk to him again. I had a stepbrother that became my friend. Went back to school a month later, and my dad's like, you can never talk to him again. I had to walk through school and not talk to my stepbrother, who was a friend. And his ex worked in the high school that I went to, and I couldn't talk to her either. There was so much moving and out of control in Graham's house and Dad's house and evicted and all these pieces that my childhood, again, we all have our journey. But I realized I was out of control, and what I fight for is to be in control of my time, my decisions. Listen, we all have our goals. We all have our dreams. You should find your why. Mine, my older children are with me half the time. Every single day. No exaggeration, when they're with me, I personally make them breakfast, I personally take them to school, and I personally pick them up from school. My daughter and my son both pitch, playing baseball. My daughter's been pitching since she was 7. She has practice twice a week. I've been catching for her. She's 15. No one has ever caught for her more than 2 times in 6, 7 years. I catch for her. I got a broken toe and a broken foot to prove it. She pitches pretty fast now. I wear a t-shirt every day of my life because I want to live the way I want to live. I don't want anybody telling me what to do, how to raise my children, the husband I want to be. I take date nights no matter what. The way I treat my team, the way I live is my choice, and I would die for that. When someone tells me they need a time management program, I'm like, no, you just don't know your true why. If a brick wall is in front of me so I could spend time with my wife, my children, be the man I want to be and grow, I will chew through a brick wall. So sometimes it's not about having the magical money machine or the magical way to find intimacy or passion. It's about staying in the game and finding a control or finding the true why. I don't know what yours is, but I know mine. When I have a tough day and things go wrong, I don't say I need more money, I need more this. It's like, no one's gonna take my control away. My kids are gonna have choices, and I am never going backwards. So if you know where you are, and you know where you want to go, the middle part that anchors it, this is your why. This makes you get from here to here no matter what it takes. So anchor in your why. So the only thing left, if you know where you are, you want to go, is the bridge. And the bridge is the how. How do I get there? What capabilities do I need to overcome imposter syndrome, to find intimacy, to expand my marketing, my sales, to have the courage to move forward? How do I do that? And I've been using this for over a decade, but I want to tell you something. In the last couple of years, how has evolved? Because sometimes, can how get overwhelming sometimes? Well, how do I overcome this story that was implanted in my life? How do I get my husband to back me on the decisions I want to make? How do I go for it without my friends thinking I look stupid? Replace the word how with who. Who's already been there? Who's gone where you want to go? Who has the blueprint? Who has the roadmap? How do you get there faster? For me, that was Tony Robbins. For me, that was Unleash the Power Within. And then Date with Destiny and Business Mastery. That was my who. Because Tony's not only been there, you saw it. He's got the biggest heart in the world to take what he's learned. He's obsessively learned and give you those capabilities. So if you need to overcome imposter syndrome, if you have to build courage, if you have to build a new story, if you go through the Dickens process on day 3, it will change your life forever. Those of you that have been through it, put it in the chat. These are the things that you learn the how from the who. This can happen in all areas of your life. Where am I with my health? Where do I want to go with my health? Why do I want my health? Who can help me? Where am I with my income? Where do I want to go with my income? Why do I want more income? How do I do it, and who can help me? This exercise, come on over here, Mike. This exercise has fundamentally shifted my life more than any one thing. So I ask you, your who. For those of you that are going to UPW, if it sounds like I'm trying to enroll you, I am, because I feel like I'd be doing you a disservice, because this 5 days, unbelievable if you're just meeting Tony. Tell me it wasn't great. Put it in the chat. It's the last 5 days have been amazing, but it's just scratching the surface. You need total immersion, and you need to commit. And I love that it's virtual, because Tony comes into your living room in a studio that'll blow your mind all around the world. So here's what I'd like to do. Here's the cool part. Tony made an opportunity, which he's done for the last 2 years. I think this is the last 5-day free challenge he's ever doing. But he also made an opportunity for you to get enrolled at a price he's never done. The price is unbelievable. And you got 3 options, and each option should be the one that aligns with you. The highest one, the gold option, and I gotta just share this, because not only do you get a great UPW ticket, you get the opportunity to be a part of his inner circle. That means you get to work with Tony for an entire year, 3 times live with him, with his coaches. You get access to all of his courses. You get so many incredible bonuses. Literally, you bought it separately, it'd be 3 times the price. That's the gold package. He built a silver package that allows you to get a ticket and instant training of some of his best programs. And then what I love so much is he created a price for the bronze level that I believe every single person here needs to take action and be a part of it. It's the lowest price that I've ever seen. When I first went to UPW, I remember tickets being $1,000 to go. So you can get enrolled for $395 today. I don't care which one you do, but as Tony said earlier, and I wrote it down, never leave the scene of motivation, inspiration, training without taking an action. The state you're in now is the best state. Tony also said, over-deliver, irresistible offer. That's exactly it. Now, there's a mountain of bonuses. Those bonuses are real. You should look at those as Christmas presents, right? They're only available during this challenge. You have them, you can look at them all through the year. but get yourself to UPW. I'll be there. I get to speak, which I love, and I'll also be watching. And I want to do something. As I'm watching, I'm like, I know how people think. I've been there. I was in your seat 25 years ago. I know when you're like, should I, shouldn't I? Is it worth the time? So how do I push you over the edge? How do I get you to take that action, be disturbed with the inaction? I thought of my own little ethical bribe. So I have 2 trainings that I absolutely love. It's a part of a high-level program that I do. One of them is called Productivity Mastery. I love being the dad I am, the husband I am, but I also run 13 different companies. I'm partners with Tony and other people. How do I do it all? Because I have a system for productivity. Tony's probably is better than this, but this one is unbelievable. It's a hack, and it's an incredible training. I want to give you Productivity Mastery and one more, Ethical Influence. Listen, who's glad? Put your hand up right now if you're glad that Tony and the team influenced you to be here for the last 5 days. 5 days. Put it in the chat. Who's here? Who's glad? Who's been to UPW and you're glad that you were sold a ticket, right? When you do influence through ethics, through caring, through service, through passion, you will never sell again. Whether that's selling in your business, selling in your family, selling to get what you deserve, not compromising other people, but do it through your heart. I think I teach ethical influence. I'm just going to say better than most on the planet. It's a training I absolutely love. For those of you who get enrolled in UPW tonight before midnight, whatever level, I'm going to include those 2 trainings that will absolutely blow your mind. So that's my quick little share with you guys today. If you know where you are, you're here for a reason, be honest with yourself. If you know where you want to go and then you attach your heart, the only thing missing is the bridge. In my life, Tony Robbins has been that bridge in so many ways. And I'm pushing you and inspiring you to go take action and get yourself a UPW ticket and build that bridge. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for playing full out. Thank you for all the amazing words in the chat. I'll see you in UPW at UPW. And lastly, I think there's a 5-minute or 7-minute break right now. This is probably KK supposed to share this, but there's a 7-minute break. Here's what you should do. While you're in this state, go get a ticket right now. And as soon as you get a ticket, come back in the chat and say, Dean, I'm in. Guys, I appreciate you so much.
Dean Graziosi, everybody. Thank you so much, Dean. If you got value, get in the chat and say yes. What's up? So grateful for you. Big love, Dean. Whoa, yes. You guys, you heard it from Dean. I want to be super quick right now. You've got 7 minutes to get yourself into Unleash the Power Within coming up in just 47 days. But if you missed it from Dean, he gave 2 incredible bonuses that no matter what level you get, you're going to get that as a part of your package. There were 3 options for you. We're so excited about the gold package, and I just want to share 2 things about that. If you didn't understand, check this out. We have it on the screen. The gold package comes with Tony Robbins' Inner Circle. We actually saw a ton of messages in YouTube talking about community. Maybe you don't have other people in your life that are a part of this with you. This is the community for you. You get Tony 3 times a year communicating with you directly. You get access to every single program he has ever created in the palm of your hand on an app. You have community, you get coaching. It's valued at like over $3,000. People pay $1,200 to be a part of it for a year. You're getting that with your ticket, so you're literally getting the seminar for free. This is called Gold, but if you guys go to upwvirtual.com, you're going to see 3 different options. There is even one called Bronze. If you just need to get yourself in the door, it's $395. That's like $8 a day from now until the event. So my friend, don't miss this. The bonuses, the price, this is for you at the challenge. We love you. We want you to be a part of this. 7 minutes on the clock. Get yourself in. My friends, unleash the power within. We'll see you soon. And my friends, Tony Robbins is coming back here in 7 minutes. So don't go anywhere. He's coming back, my friends. We'll see you in 7 minutes. Bye.
I'm shy trying. Mommy, don't hurt yourself.
Ultimate Breakthrough Challenge family, come on back with some energy, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. And if you are joining us at Unleash the Power Within, if you just got yourself enrolled, put I'm in the chat box. You're ready to break through, my friends. Welcome back, welcome back. I'm in. Harumi, congratulations. Maria Gabriella, Lokesh. If you're coming back for the second, third, or fourth time, let us know. Chris Hagel, Paul Dutton is in. Deborah Nordstrom, YouTube, you're going crazy. Yes, Maria. Yes, Dusable. Yes, Yogesh. Yes, Sandra. Yes, Kimberly. Oh my gosh, welcome, you guys. You're joining an incredible family. I want to say from my heart to yours, welcome to our Tony Robbins community. Your life will never be the same again. And congratulations. This was an epic decision that you made. But the day's not over. We got to get someone pretty incredible back on the stage. Do you know who it is? It's going to be the guy that's guiding you through 4 days of transformation. March 17th through the 20th, my friends. Please welcome back to the basement stage, Mr. Tony Robbins.
How y'all doing out there? You still got some energy? 1, 2, 3, go! Show us what you got! Unleash! Unleash! High fives all around, fist bumps, ladies and gentlemen. Grab a seat, feeling strong just for a moment. Take that little sip of water one more time. And then wake that body up even in the chair. Go, go. First of all, will you help me in thanking Dean Graziosi, ladies and gentlemen? Close the gap. Give it up for Dean. So I just wanted to say thank you one more time to all of you. I'm just so touched of just reading all the comments. I've seen so many. We're 75% sold out because we have a limit to the number of Zoom links. So thank you. I know many of you are joining us for the year as well. So I appreciate it. And my advice to you is really simple. But Jim Rohn taught me years ago, don't let your learning lead to knowledge. You become a fool. Let your learning lead to action. That's what's going to change everything. So please, if you're going to take action, do it today. KK will come back out. But I came back out both to say I love you and thank you, but also to give you one more thing. If you're coming to the event, or even if you're not, the one thing you also need, we've talked about here, is energy. Energy is everything. How many feel like there's more energy in you now than 5 days ago here, ladies and gentlemen? And we've been doing that with our minds, which is very powerful, with our movement of our bodies, with our emotions. But if I didn't maximize energy, I mean, the whole reason I wrote Life Force here was like not just to give people basic tools, but show them some of the biggest breakthroughs that exist. But I want to make sure you have more energy than less. If the energy is high, as we all know, you're going to perform better. Like when you're in a peak state, you got peak performance. When you're in a peak state, your relationships are better. So you've already got tools to do that physically, moving, emotion, so forth. But you also want to make sure you have that biochemically as well. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to extend this breakthrough for one more day on Monday for just 90 minutes, if you want to join me. And what I'm going to do is bring you a couple of my friends who are going to give you some tools to maximize your energy and your vitality and your strength because that's the only thing I feel is left out here. And if you're coming to UPW, that'll give you about 45 days to practice these simple things you can do each morning that are going to give you an explosion of energy. So by the time you hit the UPW, you're ready to completely rock and roll. And if you're not coming, I still want to give it to you. So we're going to meet at 2 p.m. on Monday. Tomorrow's a day off for you, and that'll be the final. But again, if this has inspired you, I hope you'll take action. You'll come join us. Don't let yourself lose momentum. Come get yourself enrolled here for the UPW so we can have 4 days and nights of total conditioning and transformation. But we're going to create the energy for you. Who's with me here on Monday? Who wants to come here and make it happen? Great. And if you have some friends or family that have not been here, they can come for that by itself because it's just energy. Grab them and make them come because we want to help everybody feel better, especially in these COVID days. We want more energy, more vitality, more that we can really make happen, all right? I love you all. I'm going to be back in 5 minutes for all of you that are for question and answer on Zoom, but I want to say, I love you. I look forward to seeing many of you here in March. We're going to give away $20,000 of the prizes, including a trip to Fiji, so stick around. Wake up your body one more time. Give it up for KK, everybody!
Tony Robbins, everyone around the world, Tony Robbins, give it up for this man in the chat box. Pull your heart out and send some love. We love you guys so much. Oh, yes. All right, listen, this party ain't over, all right? We have a really big, important thing that's going to happen right now. We're going to give away $20,000 worth of prizes. And listen, you don't even know what they are, all right? We said $20,000 worth of prizes. So we have some stuff we're bringing to you right now, and it's going to get lit, so stay put. And I want to answer a couple questions. I've been stalking you guys, in YouTube and Zoom and social media, and I actually got a message from somebody named Lulu Matthews, and I want to give a shout out to this person. Lulu, come on, give it up for Lulu, because here's the reason why. There's something like FAQ, frequently asked questions, which a lot of you guys have been sending in, which we're excited to support and answer them because we want you to have a yes for UPW in 47 days. But then there's should ask questions, the ones you should ask, but you don't ask because of fear or whatever, and then you don't get the answer. So Lulu sent a message and she says, what's the time zone? And I'm like, oh my gosh, what an incredible question that we never answered. We have a global audience, you guys. People tune in from all over the world for these events. We've had like over 195 different countries simultaneously at once. We're even translating Espanol at this next event. So if you're Spanish, if you're speaking Spanish, come on. But here's the answer. It's Eastern Standard Time is like the master time zone, but you can be anywhere in the world. We have a global audience. And I want to remind you that this sells out. So UPWvirtual.com, all the information that I'm sharing, you can just literally go there and read it, and you're going to get all of the information. Once this challenge is over, hear me now. This price is gone. The extra bonuses are gone. We gave you guys, 20 bonuses or something. It's really, really jam-packed in there. But it's all gone when the challenge is over. We're rewarding you for being here, for stepping up, and for really investing your most precious asset, which is your time. We don't want you to waste these 5 days. We want this to be locked in as a part of your transformation, okay? I saw somebody say their wedding was on the date of UPW. And I was like, 50% of marriages right now end in divorce. You should cancel the wedding, come to UPW, and then get married at UPW with Tony, and Sage will be there, and then you'll have a happy ever after UPW marriage and life, okay? I'm serious. When I say move anything on your calendar to be there, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. If you missed earlier, I was taking notes like crazy. The second key to a breakthrough. Tony says you have to crush and destroy and annihilate your limiting pattern. So if I could give you like a little second of tough love, if your limiting pattern is going all the way to the end zone and then giving up 2 millimeters before you have your breakthrough, don't do that right now. Don't do that right now. This is your moment. This is your time. You got to push that yes button, even if it's the bronze ticket. $395 is $8 a day from now till the event. Say yes to yourself. Make any decision you need, but just get yourself, pick a package and get yourself there. So from my heart to yours, I hope you make it happen. And we're really, really excited to have you. So I want to congratulate and give some big love to all of you that are joining us at Unleash the Power Within. Come on, give it up for everybody. Unleash the Power Within, my friends, 47 days. you give this gift to yourself. There's someone that in my life I witnessed being at that moment where they had no interest in experiencing a moment to unleash themselves, and they did, and it created a massive transformation. And when I tell you guys that Unleash the Power Within, at least in my own experience of my own life, that I actually don't remember my life or who I was before it, or before I met Tony and Sage, it is absolutely true with every fiber of my being. And when you have a gift like this, like who experienced a gift? I see Jennifer literally holding herself like this. Jennifer in room 2. I see you, girl. She's like, this has been a gift these 5 days. Don't let it end. And that was my experience. Like I met Tony like 3.5 years ago, something like that. And after my first UPW, people say, oh, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. I was like, yo, I'm swimming in the Kool-Aid. I love this stuff. And I was telling everybody, like my Uber driver and my mom, and my mom went to the UPW with me. And I had this feeling like, gosh, who I wish was here. And some of you may have had this. You've gone these 5 days and you're thinking about someone you love and you wish that they were there. And that person for me was my dad. And we have a dad theme tonight because Dean had a story with his dad as well. But I'm 100% Greek. Okay, my dad's in his 60s. And I just want you to imagine, if you can, my Greek people out there, Tikanis, I see you. My dad does not want anyone to tell him what to do, let alone Tony Robbins. And so I come along, and if you're a dad out there, do you want your daughter coming to you like, Dad, you should go to you should go to Tony Robbins, you should, right? I was criticizing, I was doing all the things in the 3 C's you're not supposed to do. And I'm like, you should do this, because my dad's at this second chapter of his life. We have a family business. I'm from Chicago. They were going to close their doors. He used to ski and drink whiskey with his friends, and I noticed this spark, this moment of life that he had available to, that I felt, that aliveness. And I was like, I want it for my dad so bad. So I was pushing in all the wrong ways. I asked like 4 times. And finally, my dad, for some of you, that person is kind of lingering around watching you like, what are you doing in there, right? Judging this experience. For me, that was my dad. And I wanted so badly for him to have this opportunity. And I asked and I asked and I asked. And finally, he was like, never ask me again. I'm never going to unleash the power within. And you can imagine, I was heartbroken because all I wanted, have you ever wanted something for someone more than they've ever wanted it for themselves? Renata Martin over here, room 6, I see you. And I wanted it so badly for my dad because my parents had given me the best life. And all I wanted was for him to experience the feeling of aliveness. And so I was devastated. And I was going to another UPW because if you've been, you just don't go one time. You're going over and over and over again because you fall in love with the growth. And I was going in Dallas, Texas. This is like 2018 or 2019 or something. And somebody reminded me something that Tony said. Those of you that are going in the gold level, you're going to get an app. It's going to unlock all these programs. And one of them is called Mastering Influence by Tony. It was the first program I ever listened to by him. And he says it takes like 7 no's to get to a yes. So one day I had this epiphany. I was like, God, I really only asked my dad 4 times. But I was so distraught over the last time he said no. I said, maybe I need to go after this opportunity one more time. And so we're in Chicago. We live in a townhome in the suburbs of the city. And it was the morning. It's like 6 o'clock a.m. or something. And the sun's pouring through. And I'm a little nervous. And I walk up the stairs. And my dad's getting his coffee. And that's always the best time to have this conversation. And I say to him, Dad, I knew I had to try another way. And I said, Dad, I'm going through so much in my life right now, a lot of growth. Like I literally feel like I'm at this verge and I couldn't figure it out, but I'm going to go to a UPW. And you taught me in my life what it means to work hard. We're a blue collar family. We have a family owned business. He spent most of his time working. And I learned that lesson from him. And I said, there's no one that I would want to go to this experience with and have this experience for 4 days than the person that taught me what it means to go after what you want in your life. And my dad immediately grabbed his phone, and we're Southwest Airlines people, so you can book any flight you want and you can cancel it, no problems. There wasn't much risk here, but he says, I'll be there. And he books the ticket. I mean, don't applaud yet. He complained the entire time, okay? He's like, who are all these people with this energy? We get to the event and everyone's, jumping and running and they're like, peak state, life unleashed. And my dad's like, I don't trust these people. You know what I mean? And the first day, you guys are all going to experience this. You do this insane activity where Tony ships you this board to your house and you smash it with your bare hand and people get scared. They go like this and they almost stop. And I know how powerful it is. And on that first day of the event, we were doing this firewalk thing. And I'm hoping my dad's there. And I'm kind of stalking him with binoculars. I'm looking for my dad. And I couldn't find him in the room. And I thought that he left. And I was heartbroken because I wanted him to go for his life. Not for my reasons, but what I knew it could wake up for him at the next level of his life. And I couldn't find him anywhere. And I'm texting my mom, did you see Dad? Have you heard from Dad? My brothers, have you hit? And they've all gone to UPW at this point. They're like, no, I haven't heard from him. And so I let it go. I release it. You can't, like Sage said the other day, you can't judge someone for where they're at on their journey. All I did was open up the opportunity. So I let it go. And the next day I'm at UPW and I'm praying, I'm hoping I can see him. And there's nothing like these events, the lights and the sounds and people walking around like you look like they're on drugs because they're so excited, right? Like it's like, yes, life's amazing. And I'm looking for my dad. I put him in like the closest section to the stage relative to the gold. And I'm searching and I don't see him. And I can't really see him because people are jumping, and running and like this. And there's this one guy going nuts. And I'm like, I wish he could just move over so I could see if my dad is there. Maybe on day 2 he came. And this guy, that was going nuts. Like I couldn't even see anything. He turned around and it was my dad. Literally playing all out. This is my dad. I could say that was the pinnacle of the story, but he showed up the next day and had a hat on that was like Tony Robbins. He signed up for Business Mastery. And we started changing the dynamic of our family business. He's growing it so that he could sell it so that my parents can pay off their home and live this second stretch of their life. And he's skiing again. He has like 19 ski trips this season. He has gotten fit. He's drinking whiskey. He's doing all the things he wanted. He has a second wind at life. But this is the important part. You might relate to me in this story because you want it so bad for somebody else, or maybe you relate to my dad and you're still over there like huffing, puffing, who's this Tony guy. Here's the lesson. He said, will you meet me in the hallway? And he grabbed me and he said, thank you for not giving up on me. He said, I've been a warning for far too long and it's time to be an example. So for you in your life, if you have kids, if you have a daughter, if you have somebody like me that's looking at you as the example, as the way to go, as the lighthouse, you've got to say yes to yourself because it's your life on the line. This is your moment. This is your opportunity, my friends. I hope that you can feel my heart. And when I say this journey, UPW isn't even the end, it's the catalyst for you to experience what life is really supposed to be like. And I'm a product of the product, okay? I love this stuff. I'm swimming in the dang Kool-Aid up in here, okay? UPWvirtual.com. Just go there, all right? Trust me, get yourself in. And if you're in, put I'm into the chat box, and I will be there with you the whole way. I love you guys. I love you guys. Should give away prizes. What do you think? Yes. Prizes. We're giving away $20,000 of prizes right now. Why? Because you guys freaking crushed these 5 days. You gave everything that you have. And now we got a 6th day. Oh my goodness. Tony's Standard Time. We're really doing it, okay? We are going to give away our final prize winners and also our grand prize reveal. And our grand prize, if you guys know, is Tony's home in Namali in Fiji. This is his resort. And listen to this. It's ranked the happiest place on earth year after year after year after year. A trip for 2 plus airfare. So we're going to give away, to start off, this is from the Ultimate Relationship Vision Challenge from yesterday. The first winner, a friend actually invited her to this challenge, which I love to do. If you haven't invited somebody even to UPW with you, like, be the person that brings people with you. That's what it means to live, is to give. So someone invited her to do the challenge. She never expected making a video, but then relationship day pulled on her heart, which for so many of you it did. She's been married 20 years. She says, I don't want Tony to hear, but she struggles with the 3 C's in every category. She's an angry wife and an angry mother, but now she's going to do the 60 days that Tony mentioned to give everything that she has. And we just thought it was so beautiful. So you're actually going to win the Ultimate Relationship Program, which you can start immediately. And then also a ticket to Unleash the Power Within, and that is Michelle Simmons. Congratulations, Michelle. Where are you at, girlfriend? Yes! There you are! Yes! You're going to UPW! Yeah! And you didn't even know you were going to be here. That's the best part. On a scale of 1 to 10, how you feeling right now, girlfriend? Flash us the number. She doesn't even have a number. 10,000. Congratulations. Big love. All right, our second winner is a mom of 4, and she suffered from postpartum depression, which so many mothers have. She struggled to deal with it. She felt consumed by parenthood and distanced herself from her partner. She was actually super moved by Sage's story of her parents and understands that she has to focus on her partner first, then the children, which will release some of her pain. She's ultimately taking responsibility, and we loved her courageousness, her dedication, and most of all, her willingness to be honest. And the person that's winning the Ultimate Relationship Program and a ticket to Unleash the Power Within is Ilisu Celia. Names are hard sometimes, girlfriend. How you feeling out there? Yes? Are you feeling so good? Oh, congratulations. Stay on the line and our team will help you, okay? And then finally, our grand prize winner, and I want you to remember, this is the luxurious, the lush, the tropical, the amazing Fiji. I don't know if we have like video we can show to set the experience here, but a trip to Namali, Fiji. That's Tony's home and resort, plus airfare. This couple, they did every day of the challenge together. They interacted with nearly 100 other members offering support, which is huge to Tony. Married for 41 years. Holy heckin' Bob. Give it up for them. They have gone from a -10 to a +10 by continuing to put in the work together. And they're really showing us what a joyous relationship looks like. So we want to reward you guys with a little, getaway for yourselves. This is Richard and Eileen Ribkos. You're going to Namali! Yes, you are!
Congratulations! Oh, congratulations, guys. You're going to have the time of your life, another honeymoon.
Those of you that are winners, I just love your energy. And listen, you're all winners today. Why are you winners? Because you showed up for your life. Some people only came day 1. You're here on day 5. You're all winners. Give it up for everyone. Congratulations to those of you that have stepped up and decided to make your life a masterpiece at Unleash the Power Within. I want to remind you one thing, because trust me, I get this. People find out how to contact anyone they've met on the stage. Brian Bradley gets it in his social media. Tony gets it. They're like, oh my gosh, I thought you were kidding about the deal ending. And then we're like, no, we weren't kidding. And they try to get it and they can't. It sells out every year. This is challenge only. The bonus, the prices. Get yourself in the door, my friends. UPWvirtual.com. We can't wait to see you there. Monday is our bonus day. We're going to start at 2 p.m. Eastern, the exact same time. Get enrolled in UPW. I will see you there in 47 days. My friends, life will never be the same again. Let's crank the energy one last time. And let's bring back to the stage, Tony Robbins!
Love you guys. VIPs, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Everybody else, God bless. We'll see you on Monday.